Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It's another amazing day. Today's Sunday. Sunday. Oh, I've got a little Superman thing going on here. I didn't even notice. Superman. Superman. Let's see. We're going to pop out the chat because sometimes chat doesn't work. I'm going to pop out the old chat there. Let me know if you're on YouTube. Get a little chat test on YouTube. Say hello, you know. Let me know if you're there. Because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I don't know why. But we're gonna hopefully get some stuff done. You're here? All right, Pacer. Thank you so much. GM, what's going on, Helter Smelter? How are you, bud? Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Glad to have you here today. We're hopefully going to have some fun today. It's working? Good. Glad it's working. That means I can close down the extra pop-up. The extra pop-up can get out of here. Man, my hair's doing some funky stuff. So yeah, we're gonna go to town and try to make some enchants for Stein so he can do some charming still. And then I don't know what else we're gonna do today. We'll see what Gith's doing. See what people are doing. Apparently I'm losing my hair. Oh no. I've got plenty of hair, luckily, but I guess I'm losing some. Dun, da, 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 da. Crazy choppy stream today on my end. Yeah, I think it is on your end, Helter Smelter. It shouldn't be choppy. I'm seeing everything okay on my end. Maybe try to refresh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see any issues on my end. I need to check my battery on my. Let me do this. Hey, what's going on, Silo MMO? How are you? All right, we got 77% battery. We are good. We are good. Good to go. Wait, it's slow-mo. Not Silo. Slow-mo. What's up, man? How are you? Hope you're doing well. I thought it said Silo Eminem, the way that you kind of have it. Or I don't know what I thought it. MMO or something, but it's slow-mo, yeah. Everyone called you Silo-mo? Yeah. It's slow-mo. I know you. Just give it to us straight? Oh, don't worry, I will. Don't you worry. You play the other game much anymore? The Pantheon? No, I don't play Pantheon pretty much at all. Good morning, Craft. How you doing, bud? Should we be concerned about Nick being gone? My answer is no. And that's pretty much all I'm going to say about it. Yeah, I'm tired of getting into like little debates and stuff with people and trying to explain everything. My answer is no. I don't think we should be that worried. I mean, it's always a a bad thing to lose somebody in a company, especially if you appreciated what they were doing for it. You know, his streams, transparency, you know, whatever he was working on, all that kind of stuff. If you know, it's never good, but I don't think that it should cause any concern for the game. Not Pantheon, Fellowship. No, well, oh yeah, Fellowship, yeah. No, I haven't played Fellowship in a while. I've been really stuck on Monsters and Memories lately. Fellowship was fun for a bit, but yeah, I don't know, just kind of fell off, which is what I expected, to be honest. You know, I expected it to kind of fall off because of the way that game was built. It's just doing Mythic Plus dungeons over and over and over. And people are going to get tired of doing that. They're gonna max out their characters. They're going to get tired of doing it. There's not a world to build in, a world to live in. You know, but I might go back at some point. I know that they had an update recently. I guess Season 2 started up or something. So I don't know. I might check it at some point. But yeah, I'm just not that interested in it. I'm really, really in to Monsters and Memories right now. It's going through a beta test at the moment, and then early access. Excuse me, man. I have got the hiccups this morning. This early access starts June 1st, hopefully. So we'll have to see what happens. Those hiccups remind me, I was watching the TV show Evil last night. I started the TV show. I'm like 5 episodes in. I don't know. A few episodes in to season 1. And there was a guy that was hiccuping in there a bunch. And it just reminded me of that. Anyone else stream lagging badly? No, it's not for me. Here, let me type into chat. There you go. See if that fixes it for Helter Smelter. He's having some issues. I don't see anything on my end causing issues. Streaming at a nice crisp 1080p. Nice crisp 1080p. Doesn't mean it's not on my end. I just don't see it. Look at this. We got, we're almost up to a platinum now. Almost up to a platinum, guys. Doink. 90 gold. 90 gold. YouTube's working. This is Helter. That's weird. I don't know. Twitch seems fine on my end. Oh. Last hotfix seems to be helping. Good. Did they do one like late last night? I was on until about I don't know, 11 Eastern, and then I stopped. So they did another one late last night. Good. I'm glad that they're fixing some stuff. It's, you know, it's good to see. This team is great. Glinting style. Oh, look. I'm just gonna drop it right there. See if anybody picks it up. Oh, wait, did it drop? There it goes. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? That's worth 20 silver right there. 20 silver. Crow. Anybody? Well, whatever. Let's see. Leather scraps. Okay, we need to make some more stone sharpening stones for today. Do I need this? Does anybody know what to do with this? Death's Head Carapace. I kind of don't want to carry it around anymore. I don't think it does anything, but they love their beetles in this game. They love their beetles. All right, so let's do sharpening or rigid stones. We need 18. Here, we'll just do 20. We'll make those. That'll give us 10 hours worth today. Whoops. It'll give us 10 hours worth of sharpening stones. I like it. I like it. What's our weight at? Okay, so we'll have a few pounds. A few lbs. I need to work on my alchemy some as well. Did this fail? Okay, there it goes. I'm still getting a little bit of lag here in Night Harbor. Still getting some lag. Which is a little concerning. I need to get a refresh on Sal somewhere. I wonder if I can get that over on the north side of town. I wish, I hope, not a wish, I hope they do more with the north side of town. I feel like just nobody really goes over there. Almost like, you know, we should split the player base up a little bit on the starting side of town where you start. You know, right now it's just like, what do we have? Some of the evil, quote unquote, classes, races, whatever over there. Like your Shadow Knight, your Necromancer, Inquisitor even start, or your Enchanter, Inquisitor, they all start over there. Good morning, Nova. How you doing, bud? All right, let's see. Do we have arcane powder, arcane powder, arcane powder? Is that 60? Oh my gosh, this lag. The lag is still pretty bad, guys. It's still pretty bad. Oh, I do have cotton. I didn't know I had that much cotton. We could do that today too. Make some cotton backpacks or something. All right. All right, so we'll give that to my buddy there. So he has some enchanting powder. But let's go try to make a cotton backpack. Colton. Who's got the Colton? Good morning, Westmort. How you doing? So I decided to start some characters on the Tree City, and I put about 40 hours in so far, and I literally have not seen a tank yet. The only option for tank, in the Tree City is fighter. They need to add some tank classes to the Tree City. I agree, but I mean, I also think though, like, not to like, you know, put a wrench in your comment there. I also think though that like over on that side of the world, you can get away with having like a Druid or a Ranger to be a tank for a little bit as well, like in the early levels. So you could go like Ranger, Ranger Wood Elf or Halfling or something. Can Halflings be? I don't remember if they can. So like you could do that, but I don't disagree. Yeah, I think that like tanks right now are definitely becoming more. They're harder to find, right? They're harder to find. So. How's fighter group-based aggro? I almost never have issues with aggro as long as I'm paying attention and trying. I very rarely had any issues with aggro. Yeah. All right, let's see if we can make cotton backpacks. Anybody want a cotton backpack? Ooh, look at that. They're almost... Let me see, satchel. I can make cotton satchels pretty easily. That's a 10-slot satchel. I could also make cotton pouches, which is going to be an 8-slot pouch. I think I'm going to make these first because I can make 3 of those. Boom, boom, boom. And that's going to help out over here. So I need to get 1, 2, 3, so that's 12. No, 9. 9 of the light thread. We're going to do that. I'm probably going to make a bunch of these, actually. If it's 3. Well, we'll see what my buddies want. Light thread. I don't know what they're going to want. They might want backpacks. Wait. I can't spell. L comes before T. Light thread. So we need 9. Boom. It takes a while to level the leatherworking. Yeah. Well, I can make... I might be, I don't know if I am or not, but I might be the highest tailor on the server. I've got 192 tailoring, so if you guys want some tailoring stuff, just let me know. I don't mind crafting it for you. For free? All you gotta do is provide the materials. All right, let's get these bad boys. Did I make them all? Boom, boom, boom. So we just need to move some stuff around here. Hopefully, move some stuff around. So we'll take this cotton pouch, stick it right there. Open that up. We'll put our food stuff in. Why can't I pick up the cotton pouch? My goodness, it's so laggy. Is aggro like classic EQ or is based on the weapon procs, modern EQ? It a lot of it is, yeah. So it works very similarly to classic EQ. It's based on your damage, and then weapon procs and that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's very, very similar to classic EQ. Why is this not loading properly? My goodness. I'm debating if I want to make a new backpack. I don't think I'll make a new backpack. I think the water and rations way too much. It is 30 pounds for 3 stacks of each right now. I mean, they do weigh a lot. You don't need to weigh to grab as much as I do. You know, because they are, you know, 0.25 each or whatever. You know, I would say for most people, just grabbing 20 and 20 is probably fine. Or getting the, you know, somebody to just summon you some when you need it. I only grab 60 of each because I don't want to have to come back to town later. And I'm generally out like all day crafting. Anybody wants a free... I would give you guys free rawhide pouches, but they're not loading for me right now. For whatever reason. Here, let me see. Let me do a reload. Oh, that's the problem. That is the problem. Reload inventory. Boop. There we go. All right, let's see if we can deal with this. This goes here. This goes here. Let's do this goes here for right now. Open this up. Let's go ahead and craft out all these bad boys. So much nostalgia, kinda. Yeah, it's very similar to like EverQuest. Yeah, from the EQ days, it's very similar. It's what I love about it. One of the things I love about it. Okay, let's get back to this. We can put the tailoring pouch back over here. And then put this over here, put this over here. Cotton pouch goes here. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. We got so much more, so much room for activities. So much room for all the activities. Okay, so we have all of these things. Bone ash, bone ash, bone ash. And then we have all of these. So I need to, I don't know. We have to figure out what I can do with these. You've been stuck back in WoW with some nostalgia for me? Yeah, yeah, it's awesome. Are you playing like the classic server? See your level on the top left is 51. What's the max level? Max level is 60. 60. Let's put these back up here. I'll make some cotton stuff for people later. Let's go TBC on the anti-classic server. Nice. Awesome. Let's go with... Is there any newbies in the yard here? Let's see if we can find a newbie that needs a bag. We're gonna help out some newbie here. Let's go out here. Any newbies out in the yard fighting? Wow, I'm surprised there's actually no newbies over here fighting. Huh. Well, maybe we'll see some. Is open beta? No, this is a closed beta. Exclamation point beta for some more info on that. But it is a closed beta, but you can get into it through the lottery system. Okay, let's try to do the alchemy thing. Let's see what we can make in alchemy, because I need to level up alchemy some more. So let's go. I don't know what I need, though. So we're just going to grab everything out of the bank, alchemy-wise. all of that. And let's go see what we can make alchemy-wise. Because I do want to level that up some. Is there much auction going on between players? There is, yeah. There's actually quite a bit. Lot of players are there, you know, there's here. You can see kind of right here. Look, there's a guy trying to sell this cleaver right here. Some rawhide scraps going on. Want to buy these things. You know, there's a lot. There's a lot of chatter. That's guild chat, guild chat, guild chat, guild chat. Oh well. A lot of guild chat apparently. I need to separate those out. I didn't realize there was that much guild chat going on. But yeah, there's quite a bit. Is this guy a newbie? Hot cake? You got this, hot cake. You can do this, buddy. Get that bat. And then we'll open up a trade with him. Look at that. Gave that guy 3 pouches. I don't need those pouches anymore. This help. That dude is just like, what? 18 slots of or wait. Yeah, 18 slots of bag space. Do you think leveling is a little too fast? I think it is too fast personally, yes. I want them to slow it down. Okay, let's see what we can make here. We can make no, yes. So we could try to make strength potions to level up on. So let's get annealed vials. How many of these do we have? Iron Root, Nomad's Grace, and Iron Root Powder. We have Ghost Poppy, Iron Root Powder, Lion Leaf, Nomads. So we have 20 Nomads. Iron Root. Where's my Iron Root? Iron Root. We only have 5 Iron Root? Oh, shoot. Okay. So we can only make 2 of these. So let's try to make 2. Fail on both of them probably, but hopefully we get a skill up. We got a skill up. Nice. Moving up in this world. Apparently, though, we don't have the stuff to make anything else. We can make, you know, like low-level stuff, but I don't want to do the low-level stuff, so we'll have to go. I need to get that Iron Root. I know where to get Iron Root. I just don't need to go up there right now, so... But that's how I'm going to have to level up alchemy. Shoot. Hopefully just a beta thing so they can test later level stuff. It's not just a beta thing, no. It is not. This is where they wanted the XP to be, but I think they're going to adjust it. People have been talking about that it's been too fast. They've been looking at it. So, we'll see. Personally, I feel like the issue is the first 30 levels. And I know what their idea is. Like, I get it. Their idea is that they want the first, like, 20, 30 levels to be fairly quick. Because they want people to get into the meat and potatoes of the game. But, yeah, it's becoming an issue. I think. Lion Leaf. Whispering Sage, Iron Root up there, Nomad's Grace, we can put it there, and then Whispering Sage, put it there, okay. Bum, bum. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum. Does anybody want this? 7 int, 7 wisdom. Nobody in my group wanted it, which I was like, what? What? Nobody wants it. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but, you know, whatever. what we're doing today. Is it really fast, or is it fast for the folks who can play most of the day? Well, I mean, it's... I think it's fast. Now, I'm basing it on hours, right? Not, oh, I could play for 20 hours a day, therefore it's fast. I'm basing it, it takes about 250 hours to get to level 50, and then double that to get to about level 60. It may not even be double that, but it's about there. So you're looking at, 400 to 500 hours played to get to level 60. So it depends on you and what you think is fast or not fast. I think 500 hours is, I don't know. I think it's fast, but maybe it's not. They have a cap on trade skills. It's 300. Oh, wait a minute. Does anybody have Sal? Any of these people, I think these people are not even paying attention. I need to get a new Sal, a fresh Sal. Let me see if I can find one. Those are not people, they're images. Are they really just stuck there? 300 for one, or can you do 300? Yeah, you could do 300 in all of them. Yeah, you can level as many as you want. Level up all of your trade skills. If you want to. Is Mimi on? I need to get some jewelry. Mimi is on, but AFK. Any Sal? Sal. I want to go get a fresh Sal before I go out of town here. Your horse? You left your horse behind. Get your horse. I'm typically Omnicrafter in games. Wonder if they force you to specialize. They will not, no. This game is allowing you to do all of the crafts. The only craft you won't be able to do unless you're a rogue is poison. Rogues are exclusive to poison, and that's more of their toolkit for combat than anything else. Good morning, Overbit. How you know, bud? Wait, why do I have these still in here? Ghost Poppy, Nomad's Grace. I didn't mean to have those in there. Be nice to see some super rare mats folks will camp for. I think they're going to do that, yeah. I expect that. Okay, that cleared out my bank, right? Yeah, let's do that. And now let's go. Sal? Can I have a Shao, please? Shao, please? Anybody Shao? Shao, please? Anybody Shao? Shao, please? Shao? Shao, please? That's not Sal, but thank you for the Holy Fortitude. I appreciate that. Sal, please. Anybody in here? Sal, please. Sal, please. Just grinding blacksmith and mining. Nice. I can get you a Sal. I'm at the blacksmith, though. I can come over there. You know the easy way to level mining or blacksmith, right?
Yeah.
Like super easy right now? Probably not. Just make sharpening stones. That's it. Just make sharpening stones. Is there an intended release date? Yeah, there is. Intended release date. Oh, there he is. Hello. Overbit. Here, let me give you some money. Trade. How much money do I got 7 silver on me. There you go. What? Thank you. Thank you, Overbit. I appreciate it, bud. It's all I normally just dump whatever silver I have on people for Sal, but that was a freebie. I appreciate it, bud. Sometimes that's a lot of silver, sometimes it's a little silver. But yeah, just for blacksmithing, I have blacksmithing 230. The only thing I made were sharpening stones. It's a little too easy to make to level blacksmithing. Just grind out sharpening stones. The kind of expensive on vendors? Sharpening stones? Nah. I think I spent like a total of 5 or 10 gold to level up all the way to... Well, I mean, 5 or 10 gold is probably a lot to low-level players. But for me, I just spent like 5 or 10 gold and leveled all the way up to 230. It's a little silly. What was the release date then? June 1st is the early access release date. And then however long to 1.0. But once June 1st hits, it's going to be live servers from that point on. They're not going to shut them down. They're not going to delete characters. None of that stuff. Okay, do we want to go get Iron Root, or do I want to try to level up my... I think I'd rather try to level up my mining and get that further. I need to do more... We're going to make a chat window. Let's see. We're going to do chat. We're going to put guild and party and tells all in this chat. There we go. So this is going to be rename window. This is going to be my chat. Doink. And then the other chat window, we're going to remove tell, party, and guild. And we're going to put that all in the regular chat window. So I can just separate. So I have my chat, and then I have chat. Makes it easier. Why did they do a mud window down here? I don't know why they did that. I wonder why they decided to set that up. Who knows? Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. We're going to do this as well. We're going to put this in my offhand. Oh, we can't put that in the offhand? What? So we can put the sickle Oh, primary only. Why are these only why are these only primary? Primary only. Should be offhand. Should be able to put those in your offhand so you can swap them easy. Let's see. Let's do. Do it that way. Now we can swap them down to the bottom easier. Yeah, I mean, anything could change. Anything could change. 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 We need to get 10 more mining. Oh my goodness gracious. Mining is taking forever. I like to go out here to my normal mining spot. There's another one over on the other side of the world that I would like to go to, but getting over there and all that is just kind of a pain. So, but it's a good spot. But this side, this works as well. I need to change this to options, graphics. Take that down. I've been dumping all my brittle stone. I thought it didn't give you skill ups after a certain point. It doesn't. Yeah. So you make brittle stone sharpening until it turns green, and then you move up to the next tier. But you don't have to. You don't have to have the recipe. Like, it doesn't have to be shown. You just put a brittle stone in and hit combine, and so if you know what the recipe is, you can always try to attempt it. It doesn't have to be actually in your known recipes. I got super lucky 3 days in the tin and silver fields, but that was not even playing the game. Just log in and mine. Yeah, it takes a long time to do. But it's okay. Like, I'm not in any rush to get there. I'm doing a little bit a day here and there. Once I can get past silver, it becomes easy again. But just getting to that 150, such a pain in the butt. Level 16 mining iron. I mean, I could just pay for it, I guess. I didn't even think about that. I wonder how much it costs to get the last 10 from level 140 to 150. I don't know. Good morning. What class are you playing? I am playing a fighter. I've been avoiding buying the good steel weapons to try out a newbie DPS. Wonder if it's me being stupid. I mean, I wouldn't go steel. I would try to just get weapons, to be honest. Like, I'm only leveling mining just to have it, so that if we're out in the middle of nowhere, I can mine stuff. Yeah, they still have a lot to do when working on the trade skills. There's still a lot to do there. All right, am I trivial on these yet? Whispering Sage. I am not trivial on Whispering Sage. What? Say what? Jagged stone. Tin ore. This up here. Bum 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 bum.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have so many of these ghost poppies and stuff. Like, I don't know what goes with ghost poppies to make anything that I can level up on. How long did it take you to get to 50? And then max. So, like, it takes about 200 to 250 hours to get to level 50, and then about another 200, 250 hours to get to level 60, I would say. Give or take. Like, I mean, these are estimates based on what you do, your group size, your group composition, what you're fighting. You know, there's a lot of variation there, but about that amount of time.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get Whispering Sage to get us up to like 65. I think that's what we need to get to for the next like tier or whatever. So you think next patch fighter gets charm? Yes, absolutely. We're going to get charm with our amazing charming appearance. We're going to be like, and they're going to be like, "Ooh, I want to fight for you." That's what we're going to do. Calling it now. Do you know if they've said anything about an AA system? They have talked about an AA system, but it won't be a traditional AA system like in EverQuest. But they don't know. Like they're probably going to do some sort of AA system, specialization system, something at level 60 for players to do, but we don't know what. Come on, give me some skill ups, baby. It's a silver note. I got one skill up. I'll take it. I will take it. It'll last forever if that's the case. Absolutely will last forever. Like, I am going to fight for you my entire life. You are just so handsome. You know where iron roots are? I do, yeah. I know where a bunch of iron roots are. Do you want me to tell you, or you just curious if I know where they are? You play any SK? I have played the Shadow Knight some. I played it on the alpha. Shadow Knight's a very good class. It's very strong. I would say that Shadow Knight's the best group tank. Like, as far as just group tanking is going. Can bards be dwarves? You know, I don't know on that one. I don't think you can be a dwarven bard. But maybe. But I don't think so.
Yeah.
They can? Well, there you go. I have no idea. Bards can be dwarf. There you go. Awesome. Rock and stone. There you go. You can name your dwarf Rock and then last name in stone. Rock and stone. Like a Flintstone. I found 2 so far. Be perfect spot for Iron Root. Iron Root is back this way on the ramp going up to Telekir. Lots and lots and lots and lots of iron root. I mean, like, it's just tons of it. I want to go up there and get some, but I want to get my... I'm about to just cheat on this, though. This is just wasting so much time. I might just run back to town and level up these last 9 points by spending money. How much does it cost? Does anybody know the cost to get 1 point of skill at 150 or 140 something to 150 skill? What do you think needs to happen to wizards for them to be good for groups? Follow-up, how can they make grouping more attractive to people rather than soloing? Well, the second part of that is much easier to do. Increase the experience rate for parties. Just make it the best way to XP. Boom. Party central. Everybody will want to be in a party. To fix the wizards need some love. I don't know, like, they could do a lot of things with wizard. I think people are going to have their different opinions on wizard. I like the idea of the stabs for wizard, but they need to figure out meditation, because if you're not sitting down as a wizard meditating, you know, are you hurting yourself? Are you helping yourself? Like, how does that factor in? Because they need mana, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe they should get some sort of mana proc when they use their staff or melee or something. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. You think it's crazy expensive? I mean, it's expensive, but I don't know if it's crazy expensive. Like, if it's 1 gold per point, I'd be willing to spend 9 gold to level up from 141 to 150. I'd definitely be willing to spend that at this point. $1 gold, 50 silver for low level. Yeah, I think it goes up like exponentially. It goes up very quickly. That's why I'm just not sure what's needed for the 140 to 150. No, I'm out here now doing this, so I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. I just need these sweet, sweet silver veins. Come on, give me a skill up, baby. Give me a skill up. Give it to me. Give it to me. Nice, nice. I got 1. I got 2 skill ups on that silver vein. What? What is happening? 149, 150. You need 3 times rich silver. I mean, you can get lucky. You can get lucky and get it on your first one. I got like 3 skill ups on a rich silver vein one time. On a single rich silver vein. It was amazing. I think a small amount of mana back on crits would be good for Wizard. Yeah, something. You know, something would be good for them. Their crits are kind of pointless right now. Like, a crit Wizard... It's the worst feeling when you crit on a wizard if you're playing the wizard the most efficient way possible. Getting a crit on a wizard is absolutely pointless. 100% pointless. In fact, a crit on a wizard is bad for the wizard. The way that they have it currently built. It's only good if you're trying to like burn something down and you're just chain nuking. It's the only time it's good. Aiming for kills is a waste of damage. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole reason that it's bad, J-Pop. 100%. You know, when you're trying to get the kill shot and then you end up getting a crit. Well, that was bad. Bad timing there. Find enough rich silver nodes. Yeah, it does take a while to get enough rich silver nodes. You gotta, they're rare off of these 10 nodes. So you just kind of have to pick a spot and just go around in circles for a while. Even if you don't, let's say a mob has 100 HP left and you hit for 200, you get the mana back, but waste 100 damage. Well, you don't, that's the thing, you don't get all the mana back. How the wizards work, because even wizards don't understand exactly how it works. When you nuke with a wizard, you want to hit exactly the amount of damage needed. The closer you are to the exact amount, the more mana you get back. So if you have 100 damage left and you do 100 damage, you get like 90% of it back. If you do 150 damage, you get like 50% of the damage back, or the mana back. It feels really bad. So if you crit and you do 200 damage, you still get some mana back, but it's not much. It feels really, really bad. In fact, it is probably the worst thing that could happen is getting a crit, when you're trying to kill a mob. It's awful. Is it kind of like EQ where max DPS is kind of relative to how much aggro you can hold? Yes. Yes. That's partly why people say that fighters are the best tanks, because they have a little bit more DPS. I don't think they have that much more DPS. People think that they do, but I don't think that they do. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So they need it to just give a full amount no matter what. I mean, there's a couple ways they could do it. I would like to see if a wizard gets a crit, they get a temporary buff, so their next spell is free. Something like that would be good. Or they just get the full cost of the mana back. Yeah, if they get a crit, they just get all the mana back or something. That could make them a little too strong, when they're chain nuking something. So they'll have to like balance that out. But, I think that would be much more fair to the wizards. I think it's not fair to wizards right now because they get a crit, it feels bad. The way I'm going to say should play a wizard, min-maxing wizards, right? They what they need to be doing is meleeing or using their staves now until they get 5 stacks of their ability, of their whatever it's called. Once they get 5 stacks, then they just maintain those 5 stacks until the mob gets very low on health. And then once the mob is very low on health, they try to nuke it and kill it with that nuke. That is basically how you min-max a wizard. And you do that indefinitely until you get low on mana, and then every 10 minutes you use an ability that gives you mana back very quickly. Like over 10-second cast time, you like channel it for 10 seconds and you get a bunch of mana back every second for 10 seconds. And then you basically rinse and repeat that. Wizards almost never really need to meditate if they can nail those kill shots. But it's very hard to do. Crits are pretty rare. Yeah, they're like 5%. Crits are like 5% of the time. Which is, again, makes wizards feel bad. Like, people talk about crits like there's some be-all, end-all amazing ability in this game. Crits are not like they are in a World of Warcraft or, most other MMOs where you have like a crit build. Crits in this game are a 5% chance, approximately, to go off. They're very, very, very rare. And when they go off for like a melee class, a crit is only going to increase your damage by 50% of what you would do. So a melee class sometimes hits for 1 damage. That means they crit for 1 damage or 2 damage or something. Like, it's dumb. Like, the crits in this game are terrible. Like, you can pretty much just not even worry about them. Because only 2 classes can do crits. And those 2 classes, the way that they function, just feels bad with crits. It's just bad. Now, if they add in a way to increase crit chance through like gear or maybe stats or something, then yeah, you could do a crit build, and that would feel good. But they don't have that. It's probably the first time on gaming history where getting a crit is bad. It might be, yeah, it might be, Kel. But it is definitely, it feels bad on a wizard to get a crit. Because you get it at the wrong time and it's just worthless. 100% worthless. Killing Blow gameplay has never felt good in games. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, it can be okay. Like, I think that the idea for wizards getting Killing Blows is a neat idea. But it should just be like a lot of mana back when you get the crit, or the Killing Blow, or like give them something special. Like if they get a Killing Blow on a on a mob, then they get a free cast later on, or their next nuke is a guaranteed crit. You know, something like that. You know, gives them a buff or something. I mean, the idea was there. It just wasn't thought through, which is a lot of things that I feel like happens with dev teams in every game. Is they're like, I have this amazing idea, but they don't think through the process of how that idea is going to function in game. Or they don't test it out themselves and actually say, okay, I'm going to add this into the game, and then I'm going to play the class and see how it feels to play that class. You know, that happens quite a lot. More than 2 classes can crit? What other classes can crit? Oh, well, Paladin can crit on Undead now, supposedly. If that's what you're talking about. Why not make it crit 100% in return? Yeah, I mean, that's what I think they should do. Yeah. They can make 100% mana return on a crit. They can make your next spell free on a crit. They could do a lot of things with crits, but they chose to go a different route with it. They just made it increased damage. And it's like, you know, the increased damage is cool. Sure, do that. But it needs to give them something else because it feels bad otherwise. Feels bad, bro. Feels bad. Somebody charmed this madman right here so they could get Speed of the Wild. And then it bugged out. Now it's just perma-charmed. Did they add the rogue throwing to crits? Or allowing rogues? I mean, hang on. Did they actually end up adding the crits for rogues thrown weapons? But, you know, like, how many rogues are sitting back throwing weapons, though? And just being like, I'm going to throw a bunch of weapons. Yay, well, look at me go. They're not doing that. But anyway, yeah, they may have added that in. I think they just need to add crits to everybody. Just put a 5% chance to crit across the board for everybody. Why not? I just don't understand, like, the hesitation there. It just, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I know it's balancing reasons and stuff, but I think having crits in the game is fun. And then you can actually itemize for that too. You could add in gear that gives you more crit chance. You could add in gear that gives you higher crit damage. You know, that kind of stuff is, I feel like it's super fun because it feels really good on a wizard when you are level 60 and you get a crit. Like you build up your 20% damage bonus. Then you nuke and you get a crit. You do almost 3,000 damage with one spell. It's like, whoa! It's really fun to see, but it's so infrequent that it just kind of like, oh, okay. You're kind of tired of looking for it. Fighters, rogues, monks should all have higher chance. I don't even think that adding crit for fighters was a bad take, in my opinion. And I play a fighter. Like, you know, I like having crits, but bad take. Didn't need to happen. Give that to a DPS class. Like, why are fighters getting so many DPS abilities? I don't get it. I don't like it. What are your thoughts about starting stats now that you're level 50? My thoughts on starting stats are, if you're a min-maxer, they matter. If you're not a min-maxer, they don't really matter. I think more the starting trait is more important than anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, at most, at the end game, you're not going to have... Your main stat is not going to be higher than... or lower than anybody else. Ooh, we got a silver vein again. Give me those sweet procs, or those sweet skill ups. 2 skill ups. 2 skill ups from this. I got 2 freaking skill ups. Holy moly. We're getting there, baby. But yeah, like, at most... If your main stat that you dump into, you're going to have the same exact starting stats as anybody else, because you can cap out your main starting stat, whatever you deem your main starting stat. So like if you want stamina or intelligence or strength or whatever it is, you know, you're probably going to be the exact same as anybody else. The difference is going to be your secondary stats, and possibly your tertiary stats are going to have a slight difference. But I don't think it's much. It's, you know, a couple points here, a couple points there. It's not a big deal. Some classes just feel so much more complete. Fighter being one of them. Monk feels anemic by comparison. Yeah, Monk needs some love for sure. Although, I mean, Fighter, I don't think Fighter feels any more complete than a Monk. They both get abilities. They kind of have the same stuff, right? They have, like, Fighter has a couple of these abilities over here. Monk's got a couple abilities over here. You know, it's got its mend. Fighter has, like, a defensive stance. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like they have about the same number of abilities overall. But I think that the Monk needs more. It needs more love, for sure. The Fighter doesn't need much else. But it definitely doesn't need crit. Like, I'm not expecting a lot on the Fighter. I'm just not expecting it to get a lot of stuff. But I definitely think that the Monk could use some love. The recent changes to Monk, by the way, allow you to kind of cheese the Monk. So what you can do is you stand up, attack a mob with the fire stance, get the fire dot proc to go off, feign death, let the fire proc take the mob down, stand up, do it again, hit it, and basically all you do is maintain the fire proc, and then you just feign death again. Isn't that silly gameplay? Allows you to kill a lot of things that way. Because they don't hit you, but you're doing damage to them while you're feigning death. Almost seems like it wasn't tested. Almost. Fire flopping sucks? Yeah, it's silly. It is silly. I think that they just need to take that fire stance, add a big proc to it, you know? Just give it a big fire proc. Be done with it. It's still not going to be used over water stance or wind stance. Unless they make it like a huge proc. Or give them attack speed. When a monk is in fire stance, you know, it makes their fist aflame and it adds 1 fire damage, but it increases their attack speed by 10%. You know? And it turns their fist into fire fist. When's the next beta balance patch? We don't know. They haven't set a set date or day. Some people have talked about like say them doing it like every Wednesday or something, but they haven't set a date. There's got to be more of these that I'm missing because not enough of these things are spawning. So we're going to go over here and check this rock. I believe this rock can spawn a node that is tied into the other nodes, but I'm not sure. I don't see it. Best use case for Fire Dot is apply it before leaving to pull the next mob. Yeah, you could do that. And it seems to be a really high proc chance. That's the thing that's kind of crazy about it too, is it's like a very high proc chance, which is good because you want to have it up pretty much all the time. But I don't know. The whole thing just feels bad. I think that the fire proc dot is just bad. They should have. I feel like they should have gone a different route with that, or need to change it. I would definitely be okay with them changing it. Bum 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 boom 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 boom. I'm not seeing very many nodes. I think that there's other people out here getting some of these nodes. So I'm just not seeing very many. But that's okay. We got like 5 skill ups. So I can't complain that much. The idea of adding damage per attack is best. Let it start at 1, scale to 10 or something at 60. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And just leave it at that, you know. It just adds fire damage to your attack. It would be the only melee class in the game that has magical damage as part of their attack. It actually, what it could do, which would be really neat, is make it to where all of their damage becomes fire when they're in fire stance. You know? Instead of them checking it against AC or something, it checks it against their fire resist. I don't know how that would work balance wise. It may completely break the game, but that could be cool. But yeah, just adding some damage to it, you know? 1 damage at level 1 or whatever level you get it, and then yeah, it builds up to 10 damage at level 60 or whatever. You know, something like that could be really nice. And it would be way better. Way better. I'm just waiting for the phone call. You know, Sean can call me and be like, "Hey, Criddle, we're looking for new people to join the team. Would you like to join the team?" Yes, I would love to join the team. I'd be happy to. However, before I join the team, do know that a lot of people are going to disagree with my take on class design and game design, and you know, they may hate you for that. So just a heads up. Now, a lot of people disagree with me, and that's okay. That's okay. People can disagree with me on my take. I'm not always right by any means. And some of my suggestions may not even be good and healthy for the game. I don't know. Maybe bad. Maybe bad. Be one of those things you got to see like what's behind the or what's under the hood, as they say, right? Like we don't know the formulas for a lot of this stuff, so it's hard to say. You know, it's really hard to say what's the best way to do something without understanding the formulas. There is a named spider over here. Very hard to kill. Don't recommend doing it at level, but you can try if you want to. Just word of warning. There's a named spider over here, though, that if you kill it, it has a chance to drop a pet. I should probably try to like come over here and kill it. See if I can get it to spawn and get that named pet. Is this it right here? Ah, this is it, actually. Let's kill it. Oh my gosh, I got all these guys killing me here. Let's see if we get the pet. Oh my goodness gracious. Stop it, spiders. What the heck? So many spiders over here. Come on, attack. Do the thing. All right, let's see what we got. Palm Hunter, I don't need that. Oh, I got the Fright Weaver helm. Like, look at that. Why? Why do we have so many plate intelligence items? Why? Golly, man. Itemization has kind of gone the wrong direction, I feel like. The itemization just feels bad. There's so many plate intelligent items. And I mean, I get it. There's a Shadow Knight and Inquisitor that need them. But it's like every single plate, not every single plate item, but a lot of plate items that I see have intelligence. Two of the 4 tanks need intelligence. So half of the tanks, out of the 5 plate classes in the game, 2 of them use intelligence. So why do we have so many plate intelligent items? Why wouldn't we put on stamina and strength, dexterity, agility, which 4 of the plate wearers need those stats, and then have a few items that have some intelligence on it? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. They would all benefit from that. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, all of them use stamina, all of them use strength, all of them use dexterity, agility, like, except for, like, cleric doesn't really need some of those. But, I mean, come on, dude. Like, it's plate gear, it's tank gear for the most part. Why are we putting intelligence on, like, every piece? Look, I mean, like, it's ridiculous. Like, this has 4 intelligence on a wrist piece. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think anything else that I have has it because I'm trying to avoid it. 3 intelligence on the shoulders. Like, there's tons of intelligence gear for plate, tons of it. And I mean, I get it. A couple of classes need it, but it shouldn't be the norm. Shouldn't be the common. Craziness. Like, if anything, like this item right here, right? If anything, this should have 4 stamina, 1 intelligence. And then it's like, okay, well, that's benefits. If 4 stamina benefits all the tanks, the 1 intelligent just benefits the Inquisitor and Shadow Knight a little bit extra. So it's just slightly better for them. Like, that would make way more sense to me. Anyway, I thought you said the biggest itemization pass wasn't coming till EA. I may be wrong. No, the itemization pass is happening now. Rich Waters is doing the itemization pass. And, you know, I'm glad that he's doing it. I'm glad he's working on it, and he's made a lot of changes. But I feel like the items since Alpha have become a little bit more bland and a little bit more boring. I mean, I don't know what their plan is there. I don't know if they're trying to reduce the number of stats that players have. You know, make it more difficult for players to stat up. But, you know, it just feels boring and bland. Paladins don't need int? No. Paladins are a wisdom class. I mean, they can use int, sure. It would increase their... A paladin's int would increase their undead nukes that they could use. That's it. That's all it'll do. Yeah, if their int is higher than their wisdom, but it doesn't matter. Like, you just choose one, and whichever one is higher is the one that gives you more mana. So, sure. But they're going to cast far more healing spells than they will damaging spells, I would imagine. Whoa, shoot. Why did... Golly, my character didn't stop moving forward when I pushed the button or I let go of the button. He just kept running. I almost fell off the edge. Oh, no! It's a sandstorm! So much plate int gear, it's almost better to focus on int. Well, I mean, it is now, but it shouldn't be, because what are clerics going to wear? There should be a lot of wisdom gear for plate for clerics. There's not, though. So what gear is there for clerics? Whole thing feels bad. Give me a second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to go right over here in against this wall. Since we have a sandstorm, I cannot see a dang thing. All right, we're going to sit right here in the sandstorm. I'll be back in just a minute. Alrighty. What are we gonna do here? I've got 8 minutes left on Speed of the Wild, and I can't see a dang thing. Let's go run to town. I'll try to run to town if I can. It should be this direction. I can't see where I'm going. Okay, there's this rock here. This rock here. That pylon. And then I think if we go this way, we'll be able to get to town. I think this is town where these... Here's the water. Alright, I think we can go this way. I think we should be good. We might run into a bunch of stuff. I don't know. What are these? Is this a beetle train? I think that is a beetle train. Cinder drones, yes. Somebody's training to zone. Does this look better when you take the gamma down? Ah, spider! Dude, that was creepy. Spider coming out of nowhere like that? Maybe guild should give quests for starter, intermediate gear. Could people incentivize to go to dungeons and group up to get drops from there? You talking about like player guilds? Dude, I can't see anything. Enthralled Jackal? This is the town right here, isn't it? No, the town's over here. I think this is the town over here. Purple lights. Don't try this. I don't recommend anyone try this. Is this water? No, this isn't water. I don't recommend anybody try to navigate in a sandstorm across a zone. It is bad, bad, bad. Man, I can't see anything. Not a train, just a guide for those lost in the storm? Yes. Yes, that's what it is. I see the dome. I can see the dome in the outline. This is so bad for your eyes, man. Trying to squint to be able to see is so bad for your eyes. My eyes. Moisturize. Oh boy. You just logged into a sandstorm? Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Hey, we made it to the city wall. We did it, boys! Ah! Why is that loud? It's a Mint Mobile commercial that's popped up on my phone. Out of nowhere. Weird. What time is it? 5 a.m.? It'll be daytime soon. Daytime. Nighttime. Daytime. All right, let's go check and see how much it's going to cost to get the last 5 points in mining to get to 150. I log when there's a sand... Oh, you just log out? You just log out when there's a sandstorm? Yeah. I think a lot of people do that. And I don't blame you guys. Good morning, Devin. How you doing, bud? Yeah, I don't blame anybody that just doesn't want to play in a sandstorm. You know, like some of these features, like I'm okay with it, but I'm not okay with it. I like the scariness of the sandstorm and, you know, what it does, but I think there should be some sort of benefit. If they're going to put a sandstorm, maybe give XP bonus during that. You know, like an extra 10%, 20% XP bonus. Why not? Why not? So yeah, if this is going to cost me like less than 10 gold, we're just going to get the last 5 points in mining. So let's see how much it's probably going to be like a platinum each. It's going to be expensive. Mining trainer. Let's see. What does it say? 9 gold each. That's going to cost me over 50 gold. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Yikes. Trent, give me Sal. Trent, give me Sal, Trent. Do we have any paladins? Let's see. Who looks like a tank? Tanis is a level 16 paladin without a helmet looking. I don't know. Let's see. What kind of helmet does Tanis have? Copper plate helm. Let's see what happens here. Trade. Take it. We'll give you a few seconds. There you go. They took it. Okay, what's what else? What else? What else? What else? Let's see. I guess we'll go back out to that same place. Oh, there's a glinting crystallized on the ground right there. Boom, anybody can have it. Enjoy. People are just gonna be walking right past it. All right, I think by the time we run back over here, I think the sandstorm will be done. Because the sandstorms only last like 15 minutes or something now. They don't last like a super long time anymore. Yep. 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 Oh no, is this a monk? Sensei. I don't have anything to give a monk. Sorry. Ooh, I need to do some fletching. I need to get some, need some arrows. I've been using them up. Let's see. Let's make... All right, there we go. 991 arrows. Take one down, pass it around. 990 arrows on the wall. But what accessory are you using? Accessories? What do you mean? Like my ring, earrings and stuff? Just gold. Just gold jewelry. Gold crafted. I need to get up to the steel or platinum. But I have not done that yet. But I need to. It's been kind of lazy, you know. All right, let's see if this sandstorm is still here. Hopefully it's gone. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, it should go away pretty soon. Where's the road at? There should be a road somewhere. Where the heck is it? Is this it? Here we go. We'll follow the road. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Follow the road we go. Do, 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 do. I feel like it starts, like the sandstorm starts to fade slowly. But I feel like it needs to fade more, you know? Like it can come on strong, but then it should like start to slowly fade away. And I feel like it almost does that. But like the intensity should just slowly like go down and down and down. But I feel like it more just like ends. But it is kind of fading a little bit, isn't it? I need to get some firewood for our campfire today. I think this is the firewood camp right down here. So we're going to go down here. Tons of firewood at one of these camps. Is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. We need to get a lot of firewood for today. We went through like 80 yesterday. It's crazy. Crazy. Give me the firewood. This is like the best place to get firewood over here. It's just amazing. Walk 2 feet, get more. Walk 2 feet, get more. It's just so good. How is the sandstorm not done yet? What the heck, man? They're only supposed to last like 15 minutes or something now, right? It's gotta be close. Gotta be close. Wasn't it like 40 minutes? They used to last up to about, yeah, 40, 45 minutes. They don't anymore. They used to be really bad. Really bad. It's extra sandy. I know, it's all up in my crevices. Get that sand out of my crevasse. I should probably save that resin. What can I use the resin for outside of making torches? I don't think resin does anything outside of making torches. It should. There should be another use for resin. Using carpentry. There's an alchemy recipe that uses it. Which alchemy recipe uses it? Is it like a high-level alchemy recipe, or... It's a lower-level one? Nah. Alright, we've got 80 wood. I mean, that should last... Should last for a while today. We can leave those in here, I guess. 84 wood. I've got plenty of arrows for the day, so we should be good. That'll be all right. But there might be a higher level one. Just mini alchemy, very high. Wood stain or something. Oh, it's a wood stain. It's probably then for carpentry. So you use the alchemy to make the wood stain to make carpentry stuff. Makes sense. Yeah, I haven't messed with carpentry too much. Carpentry seems kind of pointless outside of whatchamacallit? Like crates. It's a bandit. Hello, bandit. Where the heck am I? The quarry should be right over there. Thanks for the stream, but gotta bounce. Take care. Have a good one. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting with me. You all make this possible. Without you, I wouldn't be able to do So thank you. Ba, 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 ba. Holy moly. Come on, Sandstorm. Any day now, you can go away. Whenever you want, I would not be sad. GM extend storm 4 hours? No! No, Encrypt. No! Bad. You're going to timeout, sir. It should be ending soon, I'm hoping. Because the duration was supposed to be shortened. But this one seems to be lasting a really long time. Like a ridiculously long time. Extends 4 hours, makes it nighttime. No, don't do that either. The heck? Nighttime Sandstorm is like the worst.
Yeah.
Y'all trying to make me quit the game? I thought that snake was a harvesting node. It was just a snake.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. All right, we need to go this way. Do you think carpentry should be used for furniture, wagons, caravans, shipbuilding in the future? All of those things, yes. I absolutely think that it should be used for all of those things.
Yeah.
That's when the real fun begins. Oh, I know. I know, Justin. You're good, bud.
Yeah.
This is just awful. Somehow made it tonight. Excuse me, sorry. Tonight, Night Harbor to Night Harbor at night. Really know how, but it's total luck. Yeah, it's tough, man. I just ran back to Night Harbor in the middle of this sandstorm. That's why it's got to be over soon, because I was out here, ran to Night Harbor, went to the West Bank, got Sal, and ran all the way back out here, and the sandstorm is still going on. It's been like 20 minutes at least. 30 minutes maybe? Like, I thought these sandstorms are only supposed to last for 15 minutes. They changed it to 4 hours, right? As the maximum, 4 hours in-game hours.
Yeah.
Which is supposed to be like 12 minutes long. So it's definitely been longer. We could go back and check the patch notes, but this sandstorm has 100% been longer than what it's supposed to be. It shows 2 to 4 hours in game. It has definitely been over that, Encrypt. 100%. Unless it was back-to-back sandstorms, But I thought there was supposed to be a delay between sandstorms. But this one has definitely 100% lasted longer than 4 in-game hours. Like you can go back and check the VOD, or I could go back and check the VOD too, I guess. But yeah, it's been like a good 30 minutes. Which would be 10 in-game hours. Remember EQ used to have that bug when rain until you zoned? Yeah, oh, I've zoned twice. I zoned over to Night Harbor and back. I think there's some wonky math going on here. We're going to start calling it Ali math. Oh, Ali. What are you doing to us? But yeah, this has 100% been longer than 4 in-game hours. Wait, is Fright Weaver back up? What's the spawn time on this Fright Weaver mob? See if we can find it. Oh, Fright Weaver. Where are you? I don't see it. I don't know if it has a placeholder or... I don't know what's going on with Fright Weaver. It might just have a placeholder.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to bug report this sandstorm because... it ain't no 4 hours. No sirree. Let's see what people in chat are saying. Can you not rest in fires? No, you can't. Got the sandstorm, so I zoned out to Night Harbor. The server went down, zoned in again. Here, the sandstorm still going on. The zone went down, not the server. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This zone went down recently? Did that happen? You think you want shorter sandstorms, but you really don't? Yeah. Absolutely not. No, I definitely don't want shorter sandstorms. Make them longer and make them pitch black. So I literally can't see anything, you know? Completely ruin my gameplay. View distance, less dense than before. I mean, it's a little bit better. Not much. It is now 2 p.m. in game time. This thing better be over before nightfall. That'd be another 5 in-game hours. Or 4 in-game hours. Yeah, there's definitely an issue here. You getting drop frames at all? My streams for you keep buffering. I had a few dropped frames. I had 761 dropped frames. So 0.4%. So I got a few drop frames. Sometimes my internet does that, but it doesn't do it often. Hopefully it doesn't do it badly, because my internet here down in Florida can be garbage. So that might have been recent. Somebody was saying, Helter Smelter was saying that he was having issues with my stream this morning as well. Just pulled your beard up, tuck it under your helm, and voila. Yes. Protect your face. Exactly, just be like the old beard tucked in helmet trick. You were on DSL into 2024?
Yeah.
What? That's crazy. Down here where I'm at right now, we just have cable internet. But where I live, we've got that sweet, sweet fiber. Sweet, sweet fiber.
Yeah.
I can't see the wall to see if there's nodes over here. I know there is, but I don't see them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, hey, you do sound sick. No, that's not good.
Yeah.
Do, do. Ba, ba, ba. Some of it. Oh, I can see. Thank goodness. All right, how long was that? You got Trent ending the storm. It's likely bugged. Yeah, I think it was definitely bugged. That thing lasted forever. That was at least a 40-minute storm, because my sow was only at 33 minutes left. And I got a refresh when I went back to town. So I ran from here to town, got a sow, came all the way back. Yeah, I can. The storm just ended over here. We're pretty sure the storm over here the sandstorm was bugged in Sungreet. But yeah, let me run that way. Back over to Fowlin Pass. Are you in town or are you in... Alright, I'll run over to town. You can auto-follow me if you want. I haven't seen him. He was there this morning. But he hasn't said anything to me all day. But he was there when I got on this morning. So he must have stayed up late and probably just fell asleep. Where'd that sandstorm go? Hacks? I know, right? Golly. That was rough. That was rough.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But we are going to head to town and meet up with Gith. And go duo or trio. I think Gammy might get on. I don't know. It's Sunday. He might get on. Oh, nice. Could you put them all into your book? Because I... Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think you could only put them into like 4 levels higher than you at the low levels, but I guess it expands out as you get higher level. Yeah, my guess is they're going to make that like a research spell or a drop spell or something.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Well, now that we're done in the zone, the sandstorm's over. Thanks, Encrypt. And Trent. Let me see. I just told Trent thank you. Oh boy. I should log into the game, but I swear watching you stream is so chill. I don't want to play at the moment. What? Well, I appreciate that. We're having fun. Chilling like villains. Chilling like a villain. On penicillin. With amoxicillin. I don't know. I can keep saying the Cillin drugs, I guess. Straight illin. Right? I like it. I like it. And get that Nomad's Grace. Need that Nomad's Grace. If they ever add in the whatchamacallit, Speed of the Wild potions again, we'll have a bunch of Nomad's Grace. You assume I have a license to ill? I absolutely have a license to ill. That was Beastie Boys, wasn't it? Man, I haven't heard Beastie Boys in a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I see your XP bar. All levels with the 50s are hell levels. 51 through 59. Yeah, all of those are hell levels. They definitely take a while. A while. Oh, Encrypt. Apparently these guys right here. Well, not this is Anasmina. She's another streamer. But these two guys right here, these are like not going away. It's the same person. But yeah, you can zone back and forth and apparently they don't go away. They're just like stuck there. Yeah, shadow clones. Okay, so you guys know about that? Yeah, they just... I don't know what's going on. You know about it? Yeah, I figured you did. I've zoned like 3 times back and forth, and I just keep seeing them there, so... Yeah. Sounds like I'm vomiting when I do flips. We get like some Link sounds from The Legend of Zelda. Hip. Yep. Yeah. That would be 6 skill clones that would take aggro at a small amount of hit points. I think that would be a really cool skill to give to enchanters. You know, they could clone themselves. and the mob would then pick a random one of those. It could be like an aggro dump spell. It would dump your aggro to the clones or something. Oh, a rogue skill too. Yeah, you could shadow clone yourself as a rogue. I guess they're not really... That'd be like more of a magical ability though. But like a rogue or an archer getting like a decoy ability where they could just pop out a decoy would be kind of neat. Could be cool. Too cool for school. Decoy is the word. What's the word, Mockingbird? Alright, let me go put these. I'm at the West Bank now. Put this stuff in the bank here. I haven't seen him. Alright, I got lots of wood. I got 84 wood, so we should be good today. Yeah, get out of here before they ask for more. Do 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 do. Yeah, they definitely don't get on 24 hours a day anymore. Am I hungry or is it my last meal just digesting? Both. It's both of those. It's possible, yeah. Depends on what happens. I mean, they've still got some time, so. Oh, yeah. It's like 70 days at this point. But people still have to get to max level and gear up, you know. Oh, for sure, yeah. All right, I'm gonna auto run an AFK while I grab some food real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna grab some food real fast while we auto run to Fallen Pass. So give me a minute, and I'll be back in a moment. okay. Kind of back. You got the stable master? All right. You had a steak and egg for breakfast? Man. I just heated up some wings real quick. It was perfect. Like, run across the zone with auto run on, heat up some wings, eat those. Nearly perfect, you know? Would have been perfect, but I also went to the bathroom. It's like, might as well go ahead and drain the bladder. What? You travel to level 4 paladin. Your Evershade. There's definitely people in Evershade that would love to have a tank over there. People were talking about that somewhere. That there's just not enough tanks. I think you can only be a fighter. It's the only tank you can have over there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been bad. Excuse me. Man, I'm just getting like all sorts of oldness coming up today, you know? Just being old. Those are pretty good. 4 strength, 4 strength, 5 dex versus this, which is more armor. I would much rather have the 4 strength, 5 dex. But it's lower armor by 4. Yeah. Is it temper? You're talking about the hell levels? Hell levels are like double XP. Like double what you would normally need for that level. Do. Back to Drake's. Back to Drake's. Do. Back. You do if you jump. I don't know otherwise.
Yeah.
You might be. It seems like you are. Wow. Yep, it looks like if you shrink and run, you run faster. That is silly. That is very, very silly. Oop, I'm appearing. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Shrink and run is the way to go. Well, you know, I'm gonna bug it. Bug. What are we gonna call that? Combat and abilities. Ability not working, incorrect. Spell targeting issue. Buff. Debuff issues. Let's go streaking. We're going to the quad. Yeah, that's silly. You should not run faster just for casting the shrink spell. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Silly, silly, silly. What's the best secondary skill or whatever for a fresh player? I was looking at Lumberjack. Seems nice for fires. Add to torches. Lumberjack is super easy to level. You just need to buy a lumberjacking axe and boom, you can lumberjack. I mean, secondary skill really doesn't matter. You're talking about your like non-combat, your major and minor non-combats. None of those really matter that much at the end of the day. It's going to be how quickly you level those skills. So I went with enchanting as mine, I believe. Yeah, the trait enchanter for the minor non-combat, just so I level enchanting faster. And I started the game with an enchanting tome, which is just a bag that you can use. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. It's just gonna be how quickly you level it. It's simple physics, less wind drag, because less surface area. Yeah, but shorter legs, right? Shorter legs. Doesn't make sense. Look at me shrink. I'm a baby dwarf. I'm a super baby dwarf. No one can catch me now. Woo! Look at me go. Cats run faster? Faster than what? I bet you a greyhound runs faster than a cat. They got long legs. All right, you ready? Okay. But shorter than humans? They are shorter than humans, yes. Too many buffs. Yeah, whatever. Alright, I'm gonna pull this one while it's available. Oh, I forgot to put on my... I need to do that. Put on my strength buff. My strength buffs. The day of XP has begun. We'll see how long this lasts. Probably till midnight again. We were XPing last night until like 11 or so. We just kind of kept going. Weren't really doing much. Kidney stones. That's our pet of the day is kidney stones. Great. Great, great, great. How bad is rogue damage? Compared to what? That's the problem. Rogue damage isn't bad. Compared to certain classes, it's very bad. Feels very underwhelming. It is compared to other classes, yeah. Rogue damage is not in a good place right now. Because rogue in general is in a kind of a bad place right now. Your wife gets kidney stones too? Oh my goodness. Yeah, kidney stones are rough. If you drink a lot of sodas, you get a lot of kidney stones. I don't know if that's why your wife gets them, but... Alright. Stop moving there, Drake. Or okay, now keep move this way. Separate. Split up. Stop hanging out together. Oh my gosh, keep going. Keep moving. What are you doing? These guys are just like attached at the hip. The heck? There we go.
Poisons aren't in yet, so naturally nerfed that way. Yeah, yeah. Once they add poisons in for rogues, they'll be a lot better. But I don't know what's going on with that. Like last I heard, they were just trying to implement poisons into the game, trying to figure out like how they're going to add them and stuff. But I have no idea what they're doing with that.
Yeah.
Let's see if I'm getting yelled at on YouTube anymore. You can't win over there, man. You can't win. You try to be all nice and just be like, look, I'm not going to comment on something. Everybody, or not everybody, but people are, they just, I don't know, the internet, man. I hate internet culture these days. Can't stand it. A lot of people seem to want the drama. They do. They just keep bringing it up like drama, 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 drama. And even if they don't like want the drama, they try to stir it up so they watch other people have the drama. It's crazy. Crazy. People just want to watch the world burn. Hey, look, it's coffee. Have you seen any sort of tank class preference in groups at your level? No, I think right now, I mean, for the most part, throughout the entire game, yeah, most people will take whatever tank they can get. It seems like most groups will. But I would say that overall, the Shadow Knight is probably the best overall group tank in the game. It's just a really good tank. It's got the most. It's got utility. It's able to tank. It's got self-healing. You know, it's just got a lot going for it. So overall, it's probably the best group tank. Watch a beagle run, short legs, but they're still fast. They are, Brian, you're right. Beagles are swift little suckers. I think that most people are going to prefer to have either a fighter or Shadow Knight as their tank. Mostly because of the DPS, though. They are higher DPS than the other two. At least until people figure out that Inquisitors are really, really, really good. Like, Inquisitors are exceptional classes, especially if you don't have an Enchanter in your party. An Inquisitor is really nice to have. I don't even know how to pronounce that, Easter. Nephrolithiasis? Nephrolithiasis. Nailed it. Nephrolithiasis. What abilities do Inquisitors get? Well, they have their mez, they have a bunch of stuns, they have mana drain, they have haste, they have extra mana regen and a stance. They have their 60-second charm. They get a lot. Inquisitors are very, very nice to have in your party. But if you have an Enchanter in your party, there's a lot of overlap there. So, you know. Yeah. Huge shortage of tanks right now. Yep. Yeah, people are going to learn the hard way. It's okay. I'm okay with it. It should have. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be duos and stuff, and they're going to get max level and just not have anybody to do anything with. Yeah, unfortunately, Andy's our only DPS. So that's going to be bad, but we'll figure it out. I don't know. It was a silly choice. Probably because he didn't want to burn out on the Enchanter, which makes sense. That's true too, yeah. Let's see if we can pull one of these before another one spawns. Yikes. Come on, pull. Don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn. Nailed it. Oh boy. Man, you'll get used to this Fallen Pass music. You can pretty much stay in Fallen Pass from like level 15, 18, somewhere around there. High teens to level 60. Never even have to leave the zone. I recommend leaving the zone at some point. Do any of the mobs have factions you need to worry about? Yes, they do. Are most camps ones where you can just grind without worrying about ticking off a group? No, there are factions. Most camps, yeah, you don't have to worry about it. But there are definitely factions. There's going to be more of those in the future, though. Gas is $4.55. We staying inside and playing games all day? Yeah. Yeah. I have barely moved my car since I came down here to Florida. And I don't plan on moving it. Not until I go back. Like, it is crazy, man. I can't afford to live anymore. Like, it's... I just, like... everything is so expensive. I remember, you know, like a few years ago, I was able to go out to dinner, able to, you know, have some sort of adventures on the weekend, that kind of thing. So hard to do anymore. Why aren't they doing the lottery? They might do it today, but basically the last patch had some issues with, some lag issues and servers crashing and zones crashing and all that kind of stuff. So they've been trying to fix that quite a bit lately. What are you talking about, Brian? I'm not sure what you're referring to, but heard dwarf male butts too many pixels and crashing the game. You know, that might be true. Dwarven booties are they drag on the ground and cause sparks. So those sparks are causing too much graphical processing to happen, and it's lagging zones. Yeah, I heard that too. Those dang old dwarven booties. Dwarves never skip leg day? Sure don't. Are poisons going to be crafting ability in this game, or are they going to be available for purchase in the Rogue Guild, or is it too early to know? I mean, overall, it's too early to know, but the idea is that rogues are going to have to craft their poisons, But I imagine that they're not going to be. It's not going to be like a trade skill that's going to be super hard to level or anything. They're most likely just going to have to kill some snakes and get some poison glands or, you know, things like that, and then create poisons that way. Check out Chinny D's stream last night. I didn't get to watch much of it. I saw that he was streaming though. Sneak peek of the Underdark, massive and not even close to finish, but looks amazing. Yeah, it's the Underdark looks awesome. What I've seen of it, it looks really, really cool. I can't wait. You're gonna have like Underdark zones that are as large as Vale of Zentar, but it's just all Underdark. It's gonna be super cool. But they've got plenty of time to work on that, you know, like they've got a few zones coming out for early access, and then the Underdark zones are going to be Module 1. My hope is that they're able to hire on some people and get those people working full time, starting in early access, which is going to give them a solid 3 or 4 months to be able to finish up those zones, and then get more people hired on. The more money they make, you know, the more people they can hire on and get some of those zones finished sooner. That's my hope. I've got a very bad case of hopium right now, but we'll see what happens. Lizard mouse to climb walls. I don't know if they're going to be doing any type of climbing, wall climbing, but maybe. He showed off an elevator up to distance. It's huge. It's going to be connected to Night Harbor. Yeah, it's supposed to go into like the sewers of Night Harbor. You only see that desert zone? Yeah, the desert zone is, or the desert areas are the most prominent areas in the game right now. There are 3, like forest zones or tree, you know, foresty type zones. And then there's a large water type zone with islands and stuff. And then they're going to have the Underdark, and then eventually they're going to have snow zones, like zones that have snow and ice caps and things like that in it as well. A lot of the game does look pretty brown, though. Just different shades of tan and brown, and you know, it's a little bit bland, but there are some zones that look really, really good. Wait, did I turn? I turned gamma down, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Desert so popular, people gravitate to where most player base is. Kelvin limit, yeah. So I feel like a lot of people, even when they add in new zones and new areas in like later modules, people are still going to gravitate to Night Harbor area because they're going to want to know what's going on. It's just much easier to when you know the area really well. You know where all the guild trainers are, you know where, or the class trainers are, or whatever. You know where to sell stuff, you know where the quests are. People are just going to gravitate to that. But I'm hoping over time it kind of spreads out a little bit. You know, this game's going to be interesting because it's not going to be like EverQuest where the game starts out and you have, 20 different cities throughout the game where you can do stuff. It's going to slowly build up to that. In some ways, I kind of want to start a new character on a 1.0 server, but I also am going to probably put in a lot of time on my early access character leveling up and gearing up and doing all that content. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. The boat ride, well, not to get over there, time-consuming or dangerous. Yeah, like, I hope they add in more of that boat stuff. High elves in the launch near wood elves, so we can see the area. Yeah, like high elves would be really cool to see. I don't know where they're going to put those in at. I think that's going to be a whole new area. Probably like East Him might end up being a lot of high elves and stuff over there. It would be nice, though, to have another starting city or another starting location where players could start. Like, I would love if they allowed that city, if they could build up the city a little bit over in Keeper's Bite, and allow a couple of races to start over there. That would be really nice. Because then you would have Keeper's Bite starting with a few races. You could have Phalandraw starting with a few races. Why is this not tabbing to this thing? It's right in front of me. There we go. It's weird. I hit tab and it like didn't tab to that thing that's literally right in front of my face. That's what I'm thinking about. When early access starts, there will be 2,000 people in Night Harbor. Yeah, it's going to be a lot. They're going to limit it, though, so don't worry about it too much. They're probably going to limit the server to only like 1,000 or 1,200 people online at a time on a server. So hopefully it won't be too bad. I also hope they start it because June 1st is on a Monday. So, and I know a lot of people are going to take off work that day. People are just going to log in. For sure, they're going to log in on that Monday. But hopefully they start it like early in the morning on a Monday and let people build up. You know? And then maybe it'll stagger some of the players. Who knows? Yeah, that's the thing. It will spread out quickly. I mean, once you get a few levels, it spreads out very quickly. You go back like now, it's 3 weeks in? Are we 3 weeks in now to the beta? And you see almost nobody in town fighting or in those low-level areas. Like they're pretty dead already. So like, it's not going to take long for those areas to die out, and people start to spread out to other areas. But what they're planning on doing is they're going to have server clusters. So with the server clusters, they're going to have it to where you have like 5 servers, let's say, that they launch with, and then only 1,000 people on each server. But then as the population starts to die off in certain areas, they're going to merge some of those servers, which is the smart thing to do. Oops. Start the countdown clock. Yeah, hopefully the new zones added will have better spread out. Yeah, well, it's not going to spread out the low-level player base. Hang on a second. I think the zones they're adding for early access are probably going to spread out the mid to high-level player base more. Which really is where they're going to need more zones. They really need more zones in like or more areas in the 30, 40, 50 range. There's only a few hundred people in the beta? No, there's like 2,500 people in the beta. Do you think the game's community will frown on twinking? I don't think it's going to frown on twinking, but I hope that they mitigate that some. I'd love to make a rogue, but no, it won't be viable solo, so I probably won't start a friendly. Yeah. I'm trying to advocate against, not like, I want your, this is a very touchy subject because a lot of people have very strong feelings about it, but I want twinking to be available and you put on some really good gear on a character and it should definitely help you out, but I think that they need to limit it a little bit. Like, you shouldn't be able to put on the best gear in the game and then all of a sudden you're now a god and be able to give the best buffs to a level 1 character and you're just running around demolishing entire zones. I hope that they fix that a little bit. Right now, I feel like twinking and power leveling is just too easy. And what that's going to do is it's going to mean that low-level players are just going to blast through all the content. Once there's enough people that are like level 60, they're just going to blast through the content so fast. There's going to be no grouping, and it's going to cause a lot of zone disruption. So, you know, I would still like to see some twinking and some power leveling, but limit it a little bit. Is there a help group called Feet Whackers Anonymous? There probably is. I probably should join it. Is there going to be an open beta? I don't think I'm going to win a key. There's an open beta this coming weekend, starting on Friday. So the 27th, 28th, 29th. Nick talked about how many were in beta, and he said a server only holds a few hundred right now. No, that is incorrect information, Visibility Zero. The server right now online, concurrent players. Concurrent players, there's 487 people currently online. However, there's about 2,500 unique accounts in beta. They're just not all logged in at the same time. When the game actually launches in early access, they're looking at about, you know, they don't know the exact numbers. They're looking at about 5,000 unique accounts on the server, and they expect to have about 1,000 concurrent players at a time on those servers, is what they're looking for. Those are the approximate numbers of what they're trying to go for. Nerf all the fun? Nah, I don't think we need to nerf all the fun, but we need to limit some of that. I mean, I look at it thematically. Let's say you give, you know, you have your level 60 character and you kill Big Bad Dragon and it drops the Sword of 1,000 Truths, right? And you give that to a level 1 character. Well, that level 1 character should not be able to use the sword perfectly and be able to do maximum damage with it. That's all I'm saying. Like, let them build up to it. Let them have something to look forward to. 20K registered for beta keys. Probably 15K of those bots for boxers. Maybe. So you found the walking spawning donkey? I found the walking spawning cauldron. Oh, yeah? Are they all over? I saw some cauldrons in Night Harbor. Are they all over Night Harbor still? You can't spell donkey? It's okay. I can't spell or read either. It's all right. I don't fault you for that. In the Tree City? Uh-oh, you got somebody in the Tree City doing it? Wow. That's what? Fun. Yeah, thank goodness I did my taxes already. Spent an afternoon right before the beta came out. I'm like, I'm just getting this done, getting out of the way. I get 500. The missus has to pay 2,800. Oh no! My goodness. My goodness. That's rough. Yeah, I got nothing for taxes. It costs me money. Blech. That's okay. That's okay. You know, I'll survive somehow. We'll get there. I will survive. God dang it, I got two somehow. Those were not close enough together. How can you try the game now? Exclamation point beta. You can opt in for the beta and hopefully get a closed beta key. Or not a key, but a closed beta access. Lag spike. Okay. It is, yeah. Yeah, I think they lagged or something. They shouldn't have been that close together. Nah, I use the cooldown, so save you some. Yeah, I don't get anything. 55 though, that triple attack, man. If I was gonna watch my DPS go through the roof, just skyrocket all the way up. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. They don't understand how it works. It's like I'm double attacking most of the time now. So with the triple attack, it's like every once in a while it turns a double attack into a triple attack, so it adds a little bit more damage. They think it's some astronomical amount of damage. We've just run the 4th wave of beta invites. Go check your beta invites, everyone. 4th wave has gone out. Please check your email. This week is 250 plus one friend. 250? They bumped it by 50. We're aware there are still some issues with the build, so don't forget there's a newbie content just outside of Night Harbor and Shaded Dunes and Sungreet Strand. If you notice issues in the city, have fun, and thanks again for your patience. Nice. Should I register for the beta or enough with just making an account? So you need to register for the beta. Once you make an account, log in the top right corner or top right side of the screen, there's like a little silhouette of a little, drop-down menu. You can opt into the beta there. Once you add procs to the game, then the damage spikes with double and triple attack. Well, it probably will, yeah. Yay, fingers crossed, everybody. I hope you all get in. Do late skills like triple attack cap out point-wise like EQ? So triple attack maxes at 55 skill, or does it go up to 250? Triple attack is 1 out of 1. You literally just toggle it and you just get the ability to triple attack. That's what it does. There's no skill cap to it. None for me. Congrats to anyone who got one. I hope a lot of people got one. I'm sorry you didn't get one. Wish you did. Big bummer. Yeah, they sent it out. 250 people this week instead of 200. So we're probably going to have a big spike in players here soon. Same for double attack? No, double attack has an actual skill. So double attack goes up to 300, I think. I can check it here in a second. It should be at 255 for me. So double attack is 250 out of 250. So that means it caps at 250, because otherwise it should be 255 if it goes higher. So it caps at 250. Dual wield capped at 240. And then triple attack will be like just a chance to trigger, basically. They gotta be able to manage their server load. Nobody wants a huge influx, server lag, or crashes. Yeah. Which is going to happen anyway at the start of early access. It's going to be awful. But we'll see what happens. We will see. We will see. Guess the beta key is bugged. You didn't get one? Definitely bugged then, Kevin. I think you should absolutely petition. Be like, yeah, there's a bug. I didn't get the email. I was informed by Criddle that I would absolutely 100% get an email. And since he is like the #1 authority on the game, apparently, according to some people, I should have gotten my email. That's what you should tell them. Because some people think that, my word somehow is going to change the direction of this game. I don't know why people think that. I'm just a dude playing games, and I just have thoughts on the direction of it. But, whatever. I did not receive my $500 bill in the mail. Criddle said I will. Exactly. You all are supposed to get paid for your time, an hourly rate of $20 an hour for your beta testing services. Are you guys not getting these checks? Are they not clearing? I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that we're all supposed to be getting $20 an hour for beta testing. No, that is not true. That is not a true statement. If that was a true statement, I would love it. They would owe me a lot of money right now. Realistically, being able to monitor the server load as people trickle in may have a better idea early access. You're correct. What I would like to see them do, and what I heard, I think somebody mentioned it at some point. One of the devs mentioned it, that they might open up a second closed beta server and allow a bunch of people to come in. But I don't know if that's going to happen. And just like open up a whole slew of new people coming in. Dumb question. There are no dumb questions. The window on your left, the me one above your chat with your info on it. How do you bring that up? Oh, so I click I to open your inventory. Right click, and then hide or show mini stats right here. Pop out stats will be this whole thing, but mini stats is this thing right above me, and then you can adjust the size of it if you want to. I've made it 200% so people can see it, because people ask all the time, hey, what are your stats? What is this? What is that? So that's why I just made it big. Not a check, a bill, or statement? Yes, exactly. Where's my money? It's my money and I want it now. Nope, none for little old me either. Oh, bummer. Okay. But I think there's a planned playtest on the 27th. Yes, there is a planned playtest starting at 1 p.m., I believe, on the 27th, which is next Friday. So absolutely get in there, play it, have fun, all that kind of stuff. Do it. You can do it. You know, I feel like, though, right now, the open beta test, I mean, they're still going to have people playing on them and having fun, I think. I think that's still going to be a thing. But I feel like a lot of people are getting their information and, you know, their fill of the game from... Oh, shoot. I pulled one, not thinking. I totally spaced out. Hang on a second. I got to run this around. Okay, yeah, I totally spaced out when you said that, and I just... Okay, I'm coming back. I can kite it around if I need to. Alright, sorry. Yeah, I just completely brain farted. I think they also haven't done guild invites either, but that might have been like a Nick thing that never got implemented. They did kind of do that, but they did that for the alpha test. They did, I don't know that they've done that necessarily for the beta, but in alpha, they did invite a couple of guilds and gave the guild leader, you know, like 10 invites or something for their guild. That definitely 100% happened. Yes. Like 1000% happened. Logged in for the first time this week to see my Inquisitor was 12 times increased mana burn cost. Is it 12 times? I didn't think it was 12 times. I did hear it went up by a lot, though. But yes, it did go up. I think they did that because it was too easy for Inquisitors to burn mana on NPCs. The NPCs in this game they did not have much mana at all. Been addictively watching, currently playing Pantheon. I hope I get to try before launch of sub. Yeah, well, you'll definitely be able to try next weekend. Yeah, you know about the you know about the weekend coming up. So yeah, definitely try it out then. What would the Cinder email say? It's coming from Monsters and Memories. Yeah, it says Monsters and Memories. Okay. Here, let me see. Hang on a second. I'll look. Let me see what it looks like. I'll log in on this computer, and if it... I don't want to show you all my email, but I can show you that email. Maybe. Maybe. Let me look. Yeah, Monsters and Memories. It literally says it's from Monsters and Memories. So, like, I have a GM petition of Monsters and Memories. Customer service at Monsters and Memories. And then, let me see if I can find a... Let me just do this. Let me do a search. Monsters of Memory. Yeah, it literally says Monsters of Memory. Eminem, welcome to closed testing. Monsters of Eminem. So yeah, it's either going to say Eminem or it could also be from Sean at Niche Worlds. But I have emails from Monsters and Memories and Eminem and Sean at Niche Worlds Cult. So any of those are possibilities. When I try to download Launcher, you get a lot of warnings. When you download the launcher, you get a lot of warnings. I don't know why. Oh, when you download it from the website, yeah, it's because it Windows probably doesn't recognize it. So you just have to go like download it, click on the little 3 dots, you know, and then say accept or whatever. That's why. Most Inquisitors were saying Mana Burn needed a cost increase. Yeah, it definitely needed a cost increase. It absolutely needed a cost increase. Now, how much of a cost increase, you know, that could vary. But it was way too easy to burn mana for Inquisitors. Went from 5 to 60. Tier 2 went from 15 to 115. Wow. I think it was overly strong in group setting given time, but it also effectively diminished a single avenue Inquisitors had to solo setting and limits their group utility. I don't think it limits much of their group utility. I think it's still very, very strong for groups. I mean, we don't ever drain mana on mobs, ever. So even the ability for Inquisitors to do that is a big utility. So, I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But I don't play an Inquisitor. So, yeah, I would just say give the feedback. Give the feedback on the forums, you know, and see. I will admit that they sometimes overtune and sometimes undertune their balancing patches. They have done it many, many, many times, and it can definitely be frustrating for sure. You tried, it's still not working? Yeah, I don't know. You should be able to click on the little dots, say keep, download anyway, depending on your settings. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if you go to monstersandmemories.com, click on play, click on download launcher, recommended, click on that. And see how it comes up and I get a warning? Click on the 3 dots, say keep, click on the down arrow, say keep anyway, and then boom, it downloads. That's should be all you need to do. Yeah, no worries, John. Happy to help out, bud. You missed your EQ days? Me too. You should get carbon monoxide poisoning if you put a campfire in a dungeon. I mean, It could be a possibility. Like putting a campfire inside of a closed space, like an enclosed space, and like having it build up like smoke to make it hard to see, would definitely be an interesting mechanic. Yes, I think it would be a very interesting mechanic. Only the US East servers showing. I know they will have US West servers. Not seeing them after logging in. But are you talking about on the website? On here? Or are you talking about... So if you go to play, go to community, server interest poll. You talking about here? Or are you talking about somewhere else? They're going to be redoing this at some point. I'd agree mana burn is still good in group setting, but it's going to go from like 95% usage versus mana bars to like 30%. I think with those value changes, which is rough to experience as an Inquisitor, provide the feedback and keep my fingers crossed. Yeah, I would just provide the feedback. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mana burn most mobs, to be frank. Like, I wouldn't actually mana burn them. The reason I wouldn't mana burn them is because while they're casting a spell, they're not doing any damage. So if you can get them to cast a spell, and it's a long, let's say 4-second cast, while they're doing that, they're doing nothing. And then you just stun them at the end. Then they start casting another spell for 4 seconds and then stun them at the end. And then cast spell for 4 seconds, stun. If you keep doing that, you can basically stun lock a mob. So it's actually better for you to not mana burn them. If you mana burn them, they're just going to melee you. They're just going to hit you, and they're going to be doing damage the whole time. So I would recommend not burning their mana anyway. I get lost in real life, man. Did I get lost in EQ? Pantheon has me writing my own maps again. Yeah, it's very easy to get lost in this game for sure. I see them on the website, but in the game it only shows US East servers. Well, yeah, in the game there's only a few servers right now. The website is placeholder. It's just to kind of get an idea of where people want servers to be. So yeah, they're not. The website servers and the in-game servers are different right now. I believe soon. I don't know when, but these website servers, they're going to send out an email about this right here, about this poll, and they're going to allow people to, or they're going to have everybody redo this poll, basically. Because I probably will be more of a PvE, East Coast PvE, no boxing server. This is probably more me right here. But we might do West Coast. I don't know. We'll see. I think the devs should allow non-paying accounts, make one character for a few weeks, then deactivate or sub then. I'm okay with the sub, just to, as I gave actually some, won't do that again. I mean, I get it. But, I mean, the most that you're coming out of pocket is $15. So, it's not like Ashes of Creation where you're giving them $50 or more to play a beta test. You know, that's what Ashes of Creation was. It was 100% a beta test. So, like, it's not... I don't know. It's not the same, in my opinion. Alright, I gotta turn up. I can't see anything. Anything. Yes, you two need to separate. Go your separate ways. Oh my gosh. Did you guys get away from each other? You're all like buddy-buddy. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh. What is happening here? Got him. Okay. We got one. We did it. I need a monk. Yeah. My monk is sitting right here. This is my monk. Now, sometimes it's actually faster to just wait for them to separate than to try to have a monk pull them anyway. Like, a monk is going to pull them, and then you got to wait for them to move either way. So, in some ways, it's faster to just let them separate. I opted in for beta. I thought I opted in when I made the account, but maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Those that won't try it, how you get them? Well, they could try it now, but it's the same thing with any other game, right? Like, how do you know what game you want to play? You got to go out and buy it. You got to look at reviews. You got to do all that stuff. I mean, there's not like a trial version of Zelda, or there's a lot of games that there's no trial version to them. Did your stats increase with level, or is it all gear? It's all gear. Well, gear and buffs. Yeah, you got to watch my streams. That's exactly it. If you don't know if you want to play the game or not, you have to watch the streams. Specifically mine. Nobody else's. The other streams don't count. Only mine. World's greatest streamer right here. 100%. This is a game that hooks you with a bit of a timeout. The Instant Kids, yeah. I mean, I get where you're coming from. Like, having a trial version of the game or something, like where you could play for free for a couple days or a week or whatever. I get it. But yeah, that'd be something you'd have to go on the forums and put it in as a feedback. Say, hey, game devs, a trial version of this game to play for a week or a few days or something. Be able to get to like level 10. You know, I don't know. I doubt they'll do it, but maybe. You never know. You never know. I'm sure they've put thought on a trial. They probably have, yeah. I mean, that's kind of, in a sense, that's what all these beta tests and these open tests are, is kind of a trial run. Get things working properly, allow people to get in the game, check it out. I mean, they're giving us a lot of time to play for free, right? Even the closed beta aside, they had a 10-day test back in November. They had a couple of weekend tests, December, and then in February. They're going to have another one coming up soon. They've had a lot of open tests to allow people to get in and get a feel for the game and try it out. So, I don't know. I think they're giving people ample opportunity to check it out. You know, now new people that are coming in and haven't had those opportunities because they didn't know about it until now. Of course, you know, you got to know about it to be able to do the test, but I feel like they've given people ample opportunity, though, to get in there and try it. Main advantage of a free trial is to have more flow of people in low-level zones. They're not going to need that at all. Yeah, they're not going to have to worry about too many people start of early access, or they're not going to have to worry about the low-level zones not having players in early access. Like, maybe they could do that, is allow the early access people to get in and play, and then a couple weeks in, then open up a trial account. You know, you can make a trial account, play the game up to like level 5 or 10 or something, or give them, you know, so many hours that they can play it. I don't know. They could. We'll see what happens. Definitely something you could throw over Sean's way and say, hey, Sean. You guys ever played Heavy Rain? One of my favorite parts of Heavy Rain. Sean? Hey, Sean. If you haven't played that, Google it. Heavy Rain Sean. Remind me that I had full access to Pantheon from them. You have a starship too? Wait, what? From Pantheon? Pantheon has starships now? Wait a minute. Wait a second. Star Citizen about the same time. Oh, with the pay, like buying into it and stuff. Yeah. Star Citizen is that's a rough situation, man. They spent like $1 billion on that game at this point. $1 billion to develop a single game. Crazy. Hey, if you're bored with extra money, you can always send it my way. I could definitely be bored with extra money. Man, I wish I had extra money just sitting around. Did they say when they may release the Deep Gnomes? Deep Gnomes and Deep Elves are going to be Module 1, which is going to be sometime September, October-ish of this year. Somewhere around there. They're not sure of the exact date, but Module 1 this year. Hopefully this year. Now we're all broke? We sure are. I'm pretty sure everybody's broke. It's crazy how much things changed in the last, like, 5 years. It is nuts. Is it not? Like, interest rates and housing doubled in 5 years. Cost of gas has gone up. Cost of, like, just the cost of living in general. Everything's just gone way up in 5 years. bananas. My main will probably be a Deep Elf Necro unless they decide to give pet taming to the Ranger. I don't think that they're going to give pet taming to the Ranger. I doubt it, but maybe. But yeah, Deep Elf Necro, that'll be a good one for sure. That'll be Module 1, though. You're going to have to wait a while. You think it's getting better slowly? Maybe. We'll see. I'm a little worried about the stock market, though. I'm wondering if the stock market is just going to completely crash. Because over the past, 5 or 6 years, it's been building relatively quickly, at least from what I've seen. It's got its ups and downs for sure, but we'll see what happens. This year hit you with an extra $50K in expenses? Wow. Stock market's a bubble? That's what I'm thinking right now. Yeah, I think the stock market it's getting to that bubble territory. And is it going to pop? Man, I don't know. Do I chance it? Do I hold? Do I sell and then wait for the pop and then I don't know. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. AI bubble's going to pop? You think so? I don't know, man. AI bubble may or may not pop. Yikes. Should have bought a new truck back in 2022. The truck I was looking at, it's $46,000 back then. Now it's like $70K. Yeah. Crazy. Your septic field failed, your basement flooded, car crash, medical junk, plus other stuff you won't get into? Holy moly. I see it popping. Investors only have so much patience. They do. But, I mean, you got to look at, like, NVIDIA, though. It, like, quarter after quarter after quarter, they just keep getting profits. Like, how are they continuing to gain profits quarter after quarter? It's nuts. I think buffs are fading. I did get a Tesla when a 7,500 rebate was going away. Maybe I'm missing Sal. Yeah, the rest of them are 44 minutes. Just missing Sal. Yeah. Was it Microsoft that said they have a warehouse of unused GPUs? Okay. They don't have enough power to run them. Well, that's why they're building, or they bought out like a power plant. I don't know who bought that out. Was it NVIDIA? One of the companies literally bought out an entire power plant to run their GPU server farm or something. Whole is crazy. Absolutely bonkers. When there's too much difference between hard assets and soft, not real estate assets, there will be correction. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like real estate's going up too. But you say, like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see. I need to look into it a little bit more and decide what I'm going to do, because I was up stocks a couple months ago and then it kind of came back down. It's been so volatile. It's so volatile. It's everywhere. Look in Canada, the real estate crash is already starting to happen. The bubble is already starting to burst. Yeah, I think the real estate market is gonna flip sometime soon. That's what I'm hoping for. Because if that real estate market just completely blows up like it did back in 2008. Oh, whoop. I'll wait. Yep. I'm in Florida after leaving New York. Thank God did. Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for that real estate market to bust again like it did in 2008. I was very fortunate to capitalize on that back then. And then, yeah, would be nice to capitalize on it again. Congrats 51. Thank you so much. Economic collapse after everyone realizes the dollar is tied to oil that is now being held up due to war. Well, usually a war boosts the economy. So we'll have to see what happens. How's higher level fighter? I like the fighter. Like it's gonna be my go-to class for early access. All right, it's gonna be my go-to class for early access. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's gone up like 100 players in the last little bit. Any preview of higher level items? I mean, I could show you one that's a really good high level item. We'll do a little preview. Imagine the head of Blackstone was your president. Came to the situation right now? Yeah. I mean, who knows, right? Who knows? I need to do buffs again on my... Yeah, lag's still kind of bad. Hopefully they're fixing it. I mean, I know they're working on it. It's taking a while to fix whatever they broke. And Crypt, are you still here? Do you know how the lag's doing? Like, where are we getting with that? Because it's laggy. There's a lot of latency issues. Oops, that's the wrong button. 1200 milliseconds back to 50 milliseconds to 300 milliseconds. Like, it's nuts, man. It's just all over the place. Another back to 300. Yeah, it's up and down and up and down and up and down. All over the place. I don't know where the servers are located anymore. I think the servers moved to the US, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Did they mention it was in the U.S., but I don't know if it's the beta server. Yeah, they had them over in France for a while, and then I think with the beta, they moved them somewhere in the U.S. I don't know who they're paying for servers, but they might want to look at that. Because, like, look at that. I just jumped from 50 milliseconds to 300 milliseconds. And now it slowly goes back down. And then it'll jump again. Sometimes it jumps up to like 1200 milliseconds or 1500. Yeah, it's clearly a new issue. Like they broke something when they tried to change something else. What are we farming? XP. This camp is terrible for anything but XP. It gives you a little bit of money, like some silver, but it's just XP. They're just easy mobs. I would prefer not to be doing this, but they're easy mobs to do while people are not fully paying attention. And like Gammy right now is not 100% paying attention. He's mostly just singing a song. And then Gith he might be working or something, I don't know. But it's just a really easy camp to get XP. Game is good content. It's upper 50s. After that, it lacks content. Nah, there's a lot of good content in the upper 50s. Do you think beta testers will get queue priority at launch? No. No. Everybody's going to have the same queue at launch. What you will have at launch, though, is if you... whatever server you sign up for here on this list, whenever they update it, that'll give you queue priority for whatever server you sign up for, is what the devs have stated. So, like, you're going to have, like, a home server or primary server that you're going to be on. And, yeah, you're going to get queue priority for that. But if you try to log into a secondary server, then you would not have queue priority. Heard someone mention hell levels. They always suck, but felt great afterwards. I've got a hell level right now. Oh, where happened to my... Boop, there you go. I'm in a hell level right now. As you can see right here that it's flaming. That means it's a hell level. So excited to explore the world, honestly. Yeah, the world's pretty cool. It's not... I mean, the world's big, but once you level up to 60, you can definitely tell that the world is not as big as you think it is when you're low level. But when you're low level, it's just hard to explore the world. But they're going to keep adding in new zones and stuff. I mean... we have like 25 zones now. They're going to add another 5 or 6 for early access, and then another 5 or 6 for Module 1. And they're going to keep doing that every so often until they get to 1.0. I played in the Wood Elf City on the PvP server. Ooh. Good luck on PvP. Good luck. What do you do at 50? Sit in Upper Salmon, then do 3 raids? No. Level 50 or in the 50s, you're going to start going to Grimtide Sanctum. You have Upper Salmon. You have the Giants. Those are the 3 main areas for like the Giants are all 58, 59, and 60. And then the Upper Salmon area also has 58, 59, 60 mobs. So you have at least those 2 locations. The giant area is pretty big. There's a lot of stuff over there. But once early access comes out, you're also going to have this green castle right here. That's all going to be level 50 content. So, you know, that's just going to be added into what's currently already in the game. That's probably where you're going to end up, honestly, is that green castle. That's where most players are going to end up, in their 50s. The planned world's quite large. It is, yeah. They're planning on having over 100 zones for 1.0, right? Specifically for 1.0. Didn't know you could reach 50 already in the beta. I thought 50 would be the current max level. No, 60 is the max level. Yeah. I made it to 60 on the alpha. My whole group made it to 60 on the alpha. We did basically all the content in the game at that point. So, wish Module 1 would be available at EA launch, but oh well. Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice, but it's okay. There any different rules for servers? I agree with the BS names. I think approved names is okay. So yeah, there will be some rules. Yeah, there's going to be a boxing servers and no boxing servers. So that's going to be one rule. They're talking about roleplay servers. There's definitely going to be a PvP server or 2 maybe. They're talking about having different rule sets, but we'll see what happens as we get closer. That's going to depend on the player base. The player base, you know, if they have only, let's say, 1,000 people that play the game, of course they're only going to have a couple of servers, right? They can't really, they're going to have a PvP server and a PvE server and be done with it. But if they have 100,000 people playing the game, they can obviously open up more servers because there's different people that are wanting to play different types of ways. So it really depends on their player base, how many people they have playing. That, you know, that's going to be a big factor, a huge factor. I think that the PvP server is probably going to be super crowded the first week, and then it's going to be dead after that. It's not going to last very long. I think the PvE servers are definitely going to be super crowded for a very long time, especially the no-box server. It's going to be crowded for the entire first month. And then after the first month, I think people will start to play less. But still going to stay pretty crowded, I think. I think the PvE no-box servers are going to be their bread and butter. That's where you're going to have the most servers, for sure. Did that shoot an arrow or not shoot an arrow? What the heck's going on? There we go. How long did it take to get to 51? About 250 hours. Let's see. Played 10 days, 8 hours, 28 minutes to get to the level that I'm currently at. You're already a veteran in a game not even released out of closed beta. Impressive. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. I know everything there is to know about this game on a player standpoint. Well, not everything, but like, I've done a lot. Let's put it that way. I have done a lot in this game. Trade skills, I've done leveling to 60, I've done raids, I've done low-level content, high-level content. I've played almost every single class there is to play in some form or fashion. So yeah, there's a lot. No bot for me, no PvP, and I can't roleplay? Well, then just be on a PvE, no-box servers. How large do you think the zones are? Depends on the zone. There's some zones that are literally one room. Very, very small. And then there's other zones that are massive that takes you like 10 or 15 minutes to walk across the zone. Like Karana style zones from EverQuest. So it just depends on the zone. How will PvP even work? Eminem isn't a faction MMO. So it'd just be open war with anyone outside the city walls. Yes. PvP in this game, if you ask me, is going to be absolutely terrible and a grief fest and not something that most people are going to want to be part of. But I'm sure there will be people out there that are going to enjoy the PvP and have fun with it, but I think it's going to die very, very, very quickly. I don't think PvP is going to be a good part of this game. I think it's going to be a very bad part of this game. But I just won't play it, so it doesn't affect me at all. So you guys that want a PvP, go for it. PvP to your heart's content. I hope you have fun. Crafting limits. There's no craft. Anybody can be any trade skill, and you can level it up to max on any of the trade skills. Yeah, there's no crafting limits. Favorite class yet? Really interested in Spellblade. Spellblade seems really, really good. I like it. I like the idea of it. It's a pretty boring class. It's basically put buffs up and then turn on auto attack, and that's pretty much it. There's not much else to it, but it's a strong class. Once you get it geared up at in-game and you have high dex, high strength, it's an amazingly good class. Like, really, really strong. EverQuest PvP was very popular until expansions killed it. Yeah, but that was also 26 years ago. Different animal now. There's only space for one Spellblade in this town. Uh-oh. You guys can fight over it. There will be PvP arenas. There's dueling. So you can PvP on a PvE server by dueling other players and by going to the arena. So, you know, if you want to have a little bit of PvP, then you can do that on a PvE server. The PvP servers, though, is going to be a complete free-for-all, and it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a disaster. I mean, come back in, I would say, July, and let me know what your PvP experience is, and tell me if I was right or wrong. Assuming the game releases in early access in June 1st, come back July 1st and be like, Criddle, you were right, or Criddle, you were wrong. And we'll see where PvP is at. But I have a very strong feeling that I am going to be right about the PvP servers. But I could be wrong. PvP needs factions. It needs something. I would say it needs something. It's going to be a whole thing. But I also don't want them to focus too much on PvP, because if they focus a bunch on PvP, then we're not going to get stuff in PvE, and then, you know, you see how that works? With a small team, if they're dedicating PvP time, that's less time they're dedicating to PvE. Less resources, less everything. But that's just my opinion. I mean, that's me being a little bit greedy and just wanting the PvE side of the game to be really, really good. If you say it's boring, might check out other options. Interested in Wizard, Ranger, and Archer otherwise. All of those are good. Thank you so much for the sub. That mustache, that mouse stash. Appreciate the sub. But yeah, Wizard, Ranger, Archer are all pretty good. The Wizard is going to be high DPS, magical DPS. That's the plan for it. The Ranger is going to be pretty good DPS, but very high utility. So a very high utility DPS. The Archer is also very good right now, with decent, like pretty high DPS, slightly higher than that of the Ranger, but a little bit less utility. Well, a good bit less utility than the Ranger. So they're all going to play a little bit differently. Team PvP will be impossible until they get it in all the races. Well, that's not... Yeah, anyway. I'm not going to talk about PvP a bunch because my thought is on it, it's just going to be bad. I mean, I could go back and forth on why it's going to be bad all day long, but I don't think it's going to be a good thing for most players. I did the math, and PvP pop from the server reservation page is like 10% of the overall pop. If they spend resources on that main pop, You could suffer. Yeah, exactly, track them. Yeah, you can see that right here. Like, it's literally right here. PvP servers, people that are choosing to be on PvP is right here. 786 people total out of however many people here, right, on the rest of the servers. It's a very small portion of their population, of people that are interested in the game based on that, based on the server polls. But not only that, PvP players oftentimes quit games much faster and they'll jump ship to other games. So they'll play for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then they'll find another game. They're just going to be like, okay, I'm bored of this game, next game. It's, I don't know. Like I said, I can hate on PvP all day, and somebody will come in here and just be like, you just hate PvP, shut up, you're an idiot. Okay, well, I'll shut up about it, but good luck with PvP. I scratched my PvP itch with PlanetSide 2. Yeah. I would much rather play a game that is focused on PvP. Like that's like a dedicated PvP game if I'm going to play a PvP game. I don't want to have a game that just kind of tosses PvP in. I really want to have some kind of utility. Utility is what makes old school MMOs shine, in my opinion. I agree with that. Yeah, a lot. Helping fellow players, portals, buffs, etc. If you want to do that, Wizard or Ranger is going to be better than your Archer. Out of the three that you talked about earlier. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you a little bit, visibility. Like, I think that MMOs, yeah, the retention rate in MMOs, generally speaking, drops off. But I also believe that's because they make the game so accessible these days. They hand out items like candy. They allow you to level up to max level very quickly and easily. In some games, they even let you pay to get to max level. You just buy a character and you're basically max level. You know, all of those things, I believe, are reasons why MMOs fail, more so than anything else. They don't require much effort anymore. And that's where I think that this game could definitely be different, is if they make it to require effort. And then players will actually stick around and play longer. But unfortunately, a lot of these games these days just require zero effort. Or minimal effort. So that's what I'm hoping for. Put that effort back into the game. Also add in the socializing back into the game. Add in the need for grouping. Those are the things that's why I want to play this game. They, for a while, for the last several months, have been shifting to more solo ability, you know, more homogenation between classes, and not making people feel unique and special. You know, less need for a group, less socializing. They've been shifting that way for a few months, and I'm trying to help them course correct back. Hopefully they hear my shouts, they hear my screams, they hear my cries, and they hear the rest of you in Discord. You have to go in a Discord and you have to talk about these things. If you don't go and talk about them, they will assume all is well. So we have to make sure that we're talking. Don't argue, right? Don't argue about it, but let them know that you want the socializing. You want these classes to feel unique and special. If you want that. If you don't want that, then let them know on that too. But I hope that we all want the game to feel special and unique. I mean, there's so many MMOs out there where you can play basically solo. So I just don't understand why people would want more of those. I don't know. Yeah, if I understood correctly, Wizard is DPS, but with higher utility, less damage than Elementalist? No. No. Wizards are supposed to be the highest damage DPSers in the game. At least in short bursts. but less utility. Their combat utility is limited. They have ability to purge and damage. That's about it for combat utility. Wizards don't have a lot of combat utility. They're made to be high DPS classes. They have some out of combat utility with their teleports. Invisibility, teleports. What else can they do? A little bit of other things, but yeah, they're mostly for in combat. They're damage. They're a DPS class. Yeah, they can root. Yeah, they can root. You heard wizards are bad? They are bad. Right now. Currently, wizards are bad. But don't base the game on what things are currently. We're still in a beta test. They're still making adjustments. They're still balancing. They're doing all that stuff. So don't base it off of that. Base it on what it's supposed to be in the future and give your feedback on how the classes feel. I love picking classes for the class, not to be equal to other classes. Yeah, I don't, and that's the thing. Like, I talk about balance a lot, and people think that when I talk about balance that I want everything to be equal. That's not what I mean by balance. What I mean by balance is that if one class has a bunch of utility, then it should have less in something else. So like if a very high DPS class should have little utility, little healing, little tanking. But if a very good tanking class should have little in the other categories, right? So you have 4 different categories to choose from. Depending on what you put into each of those categories is what you get out of the class. Like, you could have a completely utility-based class, and I think it would be great. Enchanter should be that. Like a very, very high utility class, very low damage and anything else. But they're kind of not going that direction lately. Hopefully they correct that. But we'll see. What's the enchanter with charm? Yeah, I'm not going to go there again today. Yeah, charm is really good. Homogeneous classes are a plague on the MMO culture. I agree. I don't want any more than 4 classes to have the same ability. Like, I don't know what you guys think about that, but when you have 4 classes, or when you have more than 4 classes with the same ability, it starts to feel bad. When you have less than 3, so 1 or 2 classes, it feels kind of bad. So I think that like every ability should be shared by 3 or 4 classes, give or take. The same types of abilities. Maybe not the exact same ability, but generally speaking, right? But like lay on hands for a paladin. I don't think anybody else needs lay on hands. That's a one-time ability that's on paladins, long cooldown, and that's fine. Having those special, unique abilities like that. But then like Speed of the Wild, that's on 4 classes. Leave it on 4 classes. It makes those 4 classes feel special. And nobody else, the other 14 classes in the game don't have it. Absolutely makes them feel special. Having teleport on 2 different classes, feels pretty good. I'm okay with that. So, anyway. I think they're going to change that eventually, the share abilities. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I said they might as well merge the Beastmaster, Ranger, Archer into 2 classes. I mean, yeah, they could. I think that 18 classes was too much. I've been saying that since the beginning. 18 classes, there's too many classes. And there's not enough difference between the classes because there's so many classes. I don't like the hybrid classes really either. Don't like those. But I talk about that almost every stream. I feel like classes can have similar abilities as long as one is better than the others. One class needing to be king at a specific ability. Yeah, exactly. Like the Enchanter being the best overall Mezzer in the game, right? Clearly, they are the best at crowd control. But having other classes that can do crowd control is okay. But having one be the overall best makes the Enchanter feel special. Too many hybrids? Yeah, I think there's way too many hybrids. Is lockpicking a skill? Not yet, but they might add it into the game. We'll have to see. I would love to see it like on rogues, bards, maybe even rangers having lockpicking and disarming traps, and then putting traps inside of dungeons. I think certain dungeons would really benefit from having traps. Or not having traps, but having disarm trap. And it's, yeah, certain dungeons having traps would be really awesome. And then if you don't have a trap person, like a rogue or a ranger, bard, or whatever, to disarm the trap, you just have your tank disarm it by walking up to it and punching it. You know? Have the tank go forward and disarm trap by triggering trap. That was a problem with EQ2. 24 classes with little difference between them. Yeah, I would say that was one of the problems with EQ2. Why is the default martial class classes some form of hybrid? I mean, all the hybrid classes are kind of like fighter mixed with something else, or monk or whatever. Like just like a typical martial melee class mixed with something else. What classes would you remove or combine? I mean, I think that there's too much like similarities in the gameplay of a Spellblade and a Ranger right now. Ranger has proccing melee abilities. Spellblade has proccing melee abilities. Why do we have two of those classes? You know, it just feels bad. I think that the Elementalist is just a wizard with pets. So you know they could get rid of the Spellblade. I like the idea of the Spellblade. I think it's a really cool idea. So they need to differentiate it and make it unique instead of what it currently is, and that's what makes it feel bad. So I would be fine with them keeping all the classes in if they felt unique and different. They just don't. Is a shaman close to what they were in EQ? Yes. Shaman in this game is basically the exact same as it was in EQ. Very, very little differences. Getting rid of things isn't fun. Fleshing out the characters, making them feel unique is the way to go. Yes. I agree with that, Phoenix, yeah. I would rather them just make classes feel unique. Right now, they don't feel unique. They just feel, you know, they don't feel special. I think everyone should feel special and have like their niche thing that they do really, really well. Or if they don't do one thing really well, they could do a lot of things not very well. Like the Ranger and the Druid. They do a lot. They just are very versatile classes, and that's okay too. But what makes them unique is that they are a very versatile class. Like, what I like about the Ranger is that it can do a lot of things mediocre, but you get on a different class and it's just like a rogue, it's going to be very high DPS, and that's it. You know, it doesn't do a lot of things. So that's what makes the class unique, is that it's not unique, in a sense. Shaman dots are just Necromancer dots? Yeah. Yeah, they need to have different dots, different dot lines. Like, maybe make Shaman dots poisons, Necromancer dots disease, and change them up a little bit. The amount of classes make me feel like classes are what other MMOs include as subclasses, like Ranger versus Archer. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Archer and Ranger are definitely different in this game. But they could easily combine those two and then just say that you can kind of specialize in range or you can specialize in melee as a Ranger. And then it would basically be the exact same class. So, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. Archer seems like an odd choice to me just because it takes away from the Ranger, which was essentially bow and arrow. Feels odd. Yeah, exactly, Phoenix. They could easily just remove the Archer completely from the game, give all of those abilities to a Ranger, and make the Ranger good at ranged, and then also have some melee attacks. and you could choose. You could have a choice between melee or ranged on the ranger, and it's just your choice, your preference, which way you want to go with it. They could very easily do that, and I think should have done that. But, you know, little late for that now. We are where we are. There should always be a reason to take any class as soon as you dilute that. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that 100%. There should always be a reason to take a class into your party. Like, what do they bring to your party that makes them stand out? Ranger would be so good if they gave us more range attacks. They would be amazing, yeah. Give some range to Beastmasters. I don't know. I think that Beastmasters are in a pretty good spot with their tamed pets. I think they need to lean into their tamed pets more. You know, Beastmasters right now are dual wield, but no double attack. I don't think they have double attack. Pretty sure they took that away. So they're dual wield, which is good. And then have them lean into their pets a lot. Have them, you know, depending on the pet that you tame, you have certain types of abilities. Give them pet buffs, pet heals, and have them really lean into those pets to make them unique. That's what I would do. How's Bard at the moment? Bard Charming is still really strong. I'm not going to debate Charm again. You go debate that on the forums as much as you want. But Bard Charming still really good. Bards in a group, non-charming bards, I think need a little bit of love. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing bards get double attack back. Maybe not double attack at the same rate that a rogue or monk or fighter gets it, but double attack, you know, at a lesser rate would probably be a good thing for them. And then boost their songs a little bit more, just to make, like, their damaging songs, to make them do a little bit more in groups. Because right now, a bard can sing 4, maybe 5 songs at a time in a group, and give them the choice of what they want to sing and make all of them viable. So, like, you as a bard could buff your group, give them more mana regen, you can give them haste, you can give them some stat buffs. But, like, a bard in a small group is way less beneficial than a bard in a larger group. Like, a bard in this 3-man party right now pretty much just sing songs. Like, it would be really nice. It'd be really nice if Gammy could sing a mana song and then do dots on the mob that were actually worth using as, like, make them kind of a DPS class. Or if they had a full party of 6, then Gammy could switch over to melee haste, spell haste, you know, more utility type of things to boost the rest of their group, which would overall be better than them doing dots. So, like, give them kind of, you know, make them feel better that way. That's what I would do, but we'll see. I think bards are okay, though. They're okay. They need a little bit of love for group gameplay outside of charm. I think there's a large enough that want the pet archery class to justify giving them range. I mean, sure. I mean, I don't. What would it be? What would a Beastmaster with ranged abilities be? It would just be an archer with a pet. I don't think it would be enough difference. Pet post on Reddit looks like majority want more pets. Wow. Bad take in my opinion, but okay, sure. I think there's too many pets in the game. There's 7 classes that have permanent pets. 7. And then 2 additional classes that have temporary pets. Like, good gosh, man. Way too many pets. Maybe visibility, maybe. We'll see. What class does the most group DPS? I mean, it's hard to really say. Like, it depends on your group setup, right? It really depends on your group setup. Like a Beastmaster can do a lot of damage. Beastmaster with the right buffs does a lot of damage. Andy, are you in town? Okay. I gave host like 60 of those dust. So we should be able to make those enchants. Okay. Okay, I can make the other one then if you want. I assume. What was that one? Face? Okay. And is that what was that +3 or +4? That sounds like it's +4. Give us the greater. Shaman Pit was always a waste of mana. Yeah, it's not in this game. Not that I know of. I think it used to be that way, but not anymore. It doesn't matter. Always make more. Well, you don't matter. Ha. Yeah, just doing Drakes. Allow them to solo, basically use their EQ. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the druid and shaman pets, they could have gone a different direction with them outside of just like make a pet that is attack stuff. I think that's silly. I just don't like it. I mean, technically you can have pets on any class now. There's like at least 2 or 3. I think there's 3 different... I think there's 2, maybe 3 different items you can get that summons a pet in the game. Totems or... Yeah, like World of Warcraft totems for shaman. That could be cool. Yeah. M&M Pokemon Edition? Exactly. What the heck is going on here? Two? Sounds like they put that spell in and then didn't think before just throwing it in there. As they did with a lot of abilities. Is one of them a rat pet that shoots electrical damage? Yes. My argument for archery on Beastmaster is so they don't just give rangers pets. I mean, I don't think rangers need pets, and I don't think Beastmasters need archery. I don't think either one of them needs to change much like with that. Yeah, we could have been doing that already for a while. That's like way lower level. I think like early to mid 40s. Yeah, I mean we can farm it, I guess. Did that skull have charisma on it? I don't think it did.
Yeah. 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 Huh.
60 SK with like level 15 pet is what it felt like. In this game, the level 60 Shadow Knight pet was still able to hit and do damage. So SK doesn't need a pet, at least in EQ. Yeah. Oh, yeah, in EQ, it didn't need a pet at all. Why they added pets in this game to Shadow Knight is beyond me. It's just EverQuest did it, so why not? Like, it's like one of the worst. Well, it was in EverQuest, so why not do it? Like that, it's bad. I really wish that they would get away from the because EverQuest did it. My hot take: only 3 classes should have pets: Beastmaster, Necro, Elementalist. Wait, you're talking to me? Oh, what? They may have, yeah. I just wanted, if it's a decent damage delay ratio and has armor on it, that's the reason I wanted it. I need any weapons. Like, my weapons are dated now. Like, really dated. Like, I definitely need some new ones. Yeah, but that's got really good stats for you, so. My damage delay means something, so I need to get some new weapons with a better damage delay. Anyway, I agree that I think that, yeah, Beastmaster, Necro, Elementalist should be pets. Enchanter, maybe. Like, their pet should probably be there. And Charm should only be from Enchanter or Bard. I mean, maybe, but I still think that they need to adjust Charm. I'm not even going to use the word nerf anymore. Adjust Charm. I'm actually quite in favor of multiclassing. It allows people to have the Beastmaster by Monk Shaman multiclass. I mean, I don't like it. I don't like that a Beastmaster is just currently it's just like a low-level fighter with shaman abilities is literally all it is. I don't like that. Like, give them some unique stuff. It's got an aura, you know, which is good. So it's a step in the right direction. But it just doesn't have enough stuff to make it like a Beastmaster. It's just like a weaker shaman with some fighter abilities. So anyway, that's the whole hybrid argument that I just want to see more with hybrids. I don't want them to be hybrids, I guess is the better argument. Like, they should not be a summation of two other classes. Because in that case, why wouldn't you just get a monk or a fighter in your party and then get a shaman in your party? You know, it's just, it'd be better to get a monk and a shaman a monk and a shaman than it is to get a Beastmaster. I mean, of course, it's 2 classes versus 1 class, but it's just going to make it to where people are like, well, do we need a Beastmaster? Or should we just add in a better DPS class? Or should we add in a shaman? Like, you're already going to have like 1/3 chance of getting a shaman in your party anyway. Because there's 3 healers, so grab a shaman, and then you don't need a Beastmaster. You're better off. If you have a shaman in your party, you're better off getting any other DPS. Really. I mean, a Beastmaster can do some pretty good DPS right now, but anyway, you get my point. What I'm trying to say is, like, just the Beastmaster won't bring much to a lot of parties. But whatever. When the P99 guys make a game, you talking about the THJ? They're making a game, apparently. They announced one. EQ is flawed, a good bare bones system to build off of, not copy. And yeah, I agree. Being a weaker version of 2 classes combined is just bad design. I agree with that, yeah. Homogenization is getting to be too much. I agree with that as well. You guys are making some really good points today, and I love you for it. I love you for it. Rather than people coming in and just being like, Criddle, you're wrong about everything. I agree with everything you guys are saying. We need to say no for classes that have the same abilities as others, but just a tier down. It's okay for certain stuff, but it's becoming the go-to. Yeah, like Speed of the Wild, right? Shaman and Druid getting Speed of the Wild at level 8, and then Ranger and Beastmaster getting Speed of the Wild at level 12 or 16 or whatever, 24, whatever level they get it. Sure, that's fine. Go with it. Sounds great. But when it's like every single ability that the Beastmaster gets is just a hand-me-down Shaman ability, or every ability that a Ranger gets is just a hand-me-down Druid ability, that feels bad. That feels bad. Fighter OP? Yes, absolutely. Fighter's so strong. Why hasn't the Beastmaster features just added to Ranger? I don't know. They could have definitely taken Beastmaster, Ranger, and Archer and combined them into probably a single class, and then just allowed you to choose which way you wanted to go with it. Do you want to have your tame ability up and become a Beastmaster? Do you want to be able to just use ranged weapons and become an Archer? Like, they could have done that. They could also go the other route, though, and say Beastmaster's a Beastmaster, a Ranger's a Ranger, and an Archer's an Archer, and make them all feel very different. That's another way they could go. Beastmaster, Marksman, Survival style? Yeah, something like that. That could have been like, you create a survivalist character at start, and then you have a Beastmaster tree, you have an Archer tree or a Marksman tree, and then you have a survivalist tree or whatever. They could have done that and made builds, but I don't want to see that either. Personally, I like the class design where each class is made for a specific role or for a specific reason. I like that idea, and I want to get more into that. I don't like the WoW trees and having like a Druid be able to be a melee DPS, a range DPS, a tank, or a healer, depending on how you build the class. I don't like that at all. That just feels bad. Well, it doesn't. I know some people are going to like it. Some people will love it. And it's not a bad thing, but I prefer to have classes feel unique and different. If you do it the way that WoW did it, it ends up everybody builds the same way for meta reasons. You go out to, build my class.gg or whatever, and this is how you build a DPS. This is how you build a range DPS. This is how you build a You want to play a warrior tank? This is how you build it. Like, and everybody just becomes the same anyway. So I would rather just have, you know, special classes. Anyway, good morning, Loaf King. How you doing? I'd rather have fewer classes that are unique and fleshed out. Yeah, I would agree with that. Hopefully they get there with this game. They're working on it. I think Zillith will probably step up to the plate now that Nick is gone. I have faith in Zillith that he'll step up and be able to do that. Maybe they'll hire somebody else. Maybe they'll bring somebody new in for class design. You know, maybe they can find somebody that out there that can do some class design. I would love to help with class design. I know a lot of people would disagree with me, but I would totally do that job. I bet you there's a ton of people out there. If they listed right now that they were hiring for class design on their website or on Reddit or on Discord, they would get so many applications for that. So many applications. That would be like I would love to do either class design or encounter design. That would be like my dream job in gaming. I would love to do it. It'd be so fun. I remember building, did you guys ever play V Rising? In V Rising, you could make your own servers. And I made some pretty fun servers, I think, with some like differences in classes and builds and everything. I really enjoyed doing that. Everyone would want to do it, but very few would actually do it well. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it's not an easy job to do. And everybody, there's going to be somebody that disagrees with how you do it. Always. You know? Always. 100% of the time. They're going to disagree. Like, oh, this class should have this class should have that, whatever. There will always be people that disagree with what you're doing. But I don't know. People would hate it from me because I would make every class. I would probably nerf a lot of stuff in this game if I did it. But I would make every class feel special and unique. I would make sure that every single class has something special and unique that they bring. And a reason to want one of those classes in your party. I agree they should get you for class design if you add quad attack for Beastmaster. I mean, maybe. Everyone gets charm? Yes, Milos, exactly. I'd be like Oprah Winfrey giving charm out. You get a charm, and you get a charm, and you get a charm. Everybody gets a pet. That was a true magic of EQ in 1999? Yeah, it was. Thoughts on other healers getting limited res at higher levels? What I think that the other healers should get is, you know, like a low, yeah, like a very limited res would probably be okay, you know, to spread that out a little bit more. I mean, I'm okay with clerics having it as well as the best res, but, you know, having like the other two healers get at least the ability to res a character to the location for 0 XP. Since they added into the game that you have, you can res a character up to like 5 times. You can res the same corpse up to like 5 times. And you can give them more res or more XP each time or whatever. So, you know, give me a 0 res so I can get back in the fight, get back to my corpse, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then if I can find a cleric later on to give me a 95% res, cool, I'll do that. But until then, meanwhile, at least get me back to my corpse, you know? But if they were to add more things to paladins to make paladins just more attractive in the game, we probably have more reses out there and more tanks out there. Every class being special, I meant, was the true magic. Yeah, that is the true magic of EverQuest. Druid can res, but you have to look like a bear. That is true. Druid gets innervate, right? Maybe the shaman needs a similar poop type of ability. Yeah, druids, they have innervate. What did innervate do? Was that like the mana spell, or is that a res spell? I don't remember. But yeah, druids can they can res pets and animals. So like your mounts, they can res those. They can res a Beastmaster pet if they die. Those kind of things. You only play druid to level 12. They're pretty good. The 400% mana. Oh, you're talking about whispers. Yeah, druids have an ability called Whispers of FS. Do you feel there's a shortage of healers or tanks at higher levels? I mean, I don't have a shortage of healers or tanks because I'm a tank and Gith is a healer, so problem solved. But yes, there's a shortage of clerics and shaman at higher level. There's tons of druid, and then there's a shortage of tanks throughout the entire game. One thing I've seen across multiple class forums is people are constantly saying they have these abilities, but they don't have a reason to add them to their bar. Yes, I've been saying that for a while. %, Baron. Yeah, I've been saying that for a while. Like when they added in the Shaman nuke line. Why did they add in a Shaman nuke line? Shaman don't have enough space on their bar to have a cold nuke. Like, what? Makes no sense. It wasn't needed. It was an unnecessary add. Same thing with Rangers. Let's add a fire line to Rangers. Why? It's unnecessary. I think one of the fundamental flaws of EQ was requiring cleric and enchanter in groups. Like requiring them, I don't know. I'm okay with, like, they kind of got away with that with the healers in this game. Like, you don't need to have a cleric as a healer in this game. You can use any of the 3 healers and you'll be just fine for XP groups. Enchanters are still pretty unique in this game and they're kind of needed. However, if you have an Inquisitor as your tank, you can get away with not having an enchanter. Bards are also pretty good, but it's not the same as having an enchanter. Tier list on tanks at high level? It depends on what you're doing, Guxy. It really depends on what you're doing. I would say Shadow Knight's your best group tank all the way from level 1 to 60. Your best overall end-game raid tank is probably still going to be a fighter, just like it was Warrior in EverQuest, just for the additional physical damage mitigation. But there is reason to have an Inquisitor for the magical damage mitigation, the ability to strip buffs and interrupt spellcasters. And then there's Paladin. Now, Paladin has very high effective health pool. It's got Lay on Hands. It's got its Ancient Guardian for extra healing. It's got its auras for additional armor class. You know, Paladin has its things that it can do. Yeah. This coming from an enchanter who was quite happy to be in demand. Yeah. I don't have time to do your nuke, your slow. Yeah, exactly. You don't have time for all that. You don't have mana to do that as a shaman to cast a very inefficient cold nuke. Bards aren't as good as Enchanter. No, they're different. I mean, Bards are going to be Enchanter light. They're going to be more DPS than an Enchanter outside of Charm. They're going to be more DPS than an Enchanter, but they're not going to have as much of the CC as Enchanters have. Wait, someone requests for a heal for the Enchanter? Well, the Enchanter already has a rune shield thing, like an absorption shield they can put up on a tank using their enchant ally. So, in a sense, Enchanters have a kind of pseudo heal. And they can just sit there and spam it. If they spam it on the tank, tanks need very little healing. Like an Enchanter grouped with a Shadow Knight would actually be pretty good. Would be very good, in fact. If Bard's got AoE Mez song, tasty. I mean, maybe AoE Mez song could be okay, but it would need to be limited to 4 targets. But yeah, they could do that. Well, the Enchanter one's also limited to 4 targets. Maybe. I would like to just see Bards get like dual wield and double attack. That would make Bards really good by itself. You would want to put a Bard in the party just for their songs plus their dual wield double attack, and that could basically fix Bards for grouping outside of Charm. Yeah, Easter. Yeah, just give Enchanters everything. It costs a reagent, and I burned through them dueling with a paladin. Which one? The rune shield and EQ? Yeah. I'm gonna go eat here in a second. Get some lunch. Are you there? By an hour, you mean like a minute? No, greater is the next tier, which is not easy to make. That's hard to do. Yes, use it on whatever you want. We can make a bunch. You want to make you more? The hand-me-down spells is okay, but for sure they need unique stuff. Like the hybrids healing won't mean much for in-game or casting. Yeah, none of the hybrid abilities are going to mean anything for in-game. They're literally going to be worthless at in-game. You're always going to want to have the higher version of that. Always. I don't know what you're gonna do, Andy. No problem. All right, I'm gonna go eat right after we kill this. I'm not sure if it's gonna be finger food or if it's gonna be gaming food or non-gaming food. We'll find out. I think they should look at other games for ideas. Just because there's a new doesn't mean they come up with some neat ideas. Yeah, yeah. They're looking at a lot of other games. I mean, this game is clearly very much... I haven't had one of those in a long time. This game is very, very much an EverQuest clone-ish, right? But it's got other things. Yeah, I'm going to check on food real quick. Okay. Be right back, guys. I'm going to check on my food. I got some lunch here. I'm going to eat that real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute. Alrighty. Ate some lunch. Feeling good. I think we're going to hang out here a little bit longer. I would like to do something else, but one of our other players is not around. So we just have the 4 of us, and I think Gammy is only kind of halfway around doing taxes and stuff today. So, yeah. You know. I feel like these sharpening stones don't last very long. I don't know why, but I just feel like they don't last long. I mean, they last for an hour, but I just feel like they're always gone. Always. Do 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 do. Oh my goodness, I got a runny nose. Well, what should we do? I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? We got lots to talk about still in this game. I'm looking at dog videos on Facebook. Oh, goodness gracious. Corgi videos? That's my algorithm? Nah, just standard dog videos. There was like one where there's a golden retriever meeting a rescue dog. I guess the family got a rescue dog. And they had a golden retriever already, so they added the rescue dog to the family. The golden retriever, clearly, you know, they're very loving dogs, and they welcomes the new rescue dog who has never been around many people. That's specifically the one that I was just watching. So what do you guys think is going to happen with this game? Do you think it's going to blow up and we're going to have tens of thousands of people playing? You think we're going to have 100 people playing? My estimate is 50,000. That's what I see happening. About 50,000 people. Give or take, you know. Give or take. How did Crimson Desert do? Did anybody check on that? I've seen a few people play it, but it didn't seem like it did very well. Seems like people played it for like a day or two and then they're already done. Goldens are the best. They are so adorable and loving. My best guess, it will hover around 10K after the first month. Yeah. Well, like, are you saying 10K concurrent players between like several servers? Or you think it's going to drop to 10K subs? Remove a zero from that? You think it's going to be about 5,000? I think we're going to get like 50,000 subs in the first month. And then, of course, it's going to have drop-off, right? I mean, every game has drop-off after a month or two. But I think that's going to maintain a good 10 to 20,000 subs for a few months. Probably 2,000? You think there's only going to be 2,000 people that sub to this game on early access? Really? Will funnel lots of EQ retail and P99 quorum folks to the same spot? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Depends on how long the nostalgia feeling lasts and how well they differentiate themselves in the late game. Yeah, I don't think that they are they're leveraging that late game enough. I feel like the late game, they need to focus on that a bit more. Because after people have played the game for a month or two, and it's not necessarily raids, they don't have to do that, but just more content, more things to do, to go after. More, they could do the journey too, the level 1 to 60 journey. They could focus on that more and give you more things to do as you journey. I think that's the thing that's probably missing a good bit. 10K subs at the first month of my guess, and that is really good for their goal. Yeah, I think 10K subs, they'd be super happy with that. I think they would absolutely be happy with 10K subs after a month. If they can maintain 10K subs like while they're building up to 1.0, I think they would be ecstatic. That's 150 grand a year, a month. That's, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Enough to pay their employees, and yeah, I think it's good. You guys got to check out the hour-long interview Slayheim did with Robert Ingstad. Did he do an interview with him? Really? So interesting. The guy's an amazing stories. Awesome. Yeah. I actually have talked to Slayheim a little bit. I didn't notice the other day. So like a while ago, he sent me a message on Discord, and I totally didn't see it until yesterday. So I need to reach out to Slayheim again. And yeah, we just gotta work out a time. So, Yeah, I might get with Slayheim and do a video compilation thing with him that he's done with some other people. Like he reached out to me a while ago about it. Look at how many people followed the game on Twitch. Yeah, but that's Twitch. No, I disagree with that, Volsu. Because the game has 30,000 people on their Discord. So why would there be 30,000 people on Discord? I did. Are you done buffing? Okay. Yeah, there's 30,000 unique people on Discord. You know, I don't know, man. I don't think Twitch is a good gauge. I think Twitch is a bad gauge for this type of game. Exactly. Yeah. Like Gin Ritchie, like I think, or Gin Ricky. There we go. I think you're right. Like this is not a super fun game to watch people play, right? It's not a super engaging and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think the Twitch viewership is going to be huge for this game. I think that YouTube viewership and like guides and walkthroughs and things like that will probably be pretty big. But yeah, I don't think Twitch viewership is going to be huge. I think that, you know, a few people, man, I got the hiccups. A few people will enjoy it, but that's about it. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That's why I don't focus on the gameplay so much for the stream. It's more like Q&A. I feel like Q&A is a much better stream for this than trying to focus on gameplay, because like the gameplay is kind of sitting at a camp doing this for hours. In fact, it can be kind of boring. I mean, to be honest, it can be boring. To be fair, I don't find WoW much more fun to watch than this. Understand me correct when I'm saying that? Yeah. Like, I don't think mini games are very fun. Like, I think this game's going to be fun to watch people do very challenging in-game kind of content. Or you watch it to learn about certain things or learn about the game. You know, you don't watch it because they're really talented players that are playing it, you know? You're not going to see Shroud sniping people from a mile away in this game. You're not going to see it. Like, that's just not the type of game that it is. If somebody like Shroud plays this game, which, you know, maybe he will, who knows, but it would just be, he would just be making fun of it the whole time. Looks like Crimson is not doing well. A lot of returns. Yeah, Crimson Desert looked terrible to me. Yeah, I didn't want to play it. How goes the hunt for XP? It's going. We're getting there. EQ is one of the worst games to watch on Twitch. Yeah. You know, it's funny that you say that, though, Let's Plays. Like, I wonder, is it because EQ is boring to watch? Or is it because the people that are streaming EQ are boring? You know, I don't think, you know, I'm not trying to pick on anybody that streams EQ. I don't know anybody that streams EQ. But it's like, what are they doing while they're streaming? Are they just sitting there at a grind spot, just like grinding out, just like... Is that all they're doing? Because that doesn't seem fun. I wouldn't want to watch that either. You know? But if they're interacting with the chat, if they're, you know, doing something, then, you know, maybe that could be better. Maybe that could be more fun. I don't know. Yeah, Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, the Leroy Jenkins of Monsters and Memories. I'll be that. That's what I'll do. If we can find an area with a bunch of whelps and I'm in a raid, I will totally Leroy Jenkins it. Actually, I know of a raid in this game that we can Leroy Jenkins. an area that people would do that. He does dabble in MMORPGs from time to time. Who's that? You just talking about Shroud? Yeah, I mean Shroud will pick him up, but I just don't know that he would get on this MMORPG. Right? I don't see him playing this. Like he played World of Warcraft not too long ago, briefly. You know, I think the biggest content creator that'll probably play this game probably is going to be CohhCarnage. The biggest Twitch streamer is probably going to be CohhCarnage. But I don't know. There might be somebody else that's bigger. You have to be entertaining while you play, otherwise there's no point. Yeah. You either have to be entertaining or informative. Or the gameplay just has to be really fun to watch. I think. For me to tune into a Twitch stream, it needs to be informative, entertaining, or just super fun to watch. The other thing that brings, in my opinion, that brings a lot of people to Twitch streams is the community or the people that are in the stream. You all are way, way, way more important to a lot of streams than the content on the stream. Did you know that? You're way, way more important. Like, go to like an Asmongold stream or to like a Dr. Disrespect stream or something. It's the people that are in the chat that are making it fun a lot of times. I think. Like, it's just, I don't go to those streams personally. I don't like either one of those guys. I just disagree with them on so many levels. But the chat is just wild. Absolutely wild. And I think that's what brings people to a lot of those streams. I learned from streams. Yeah, I think a lot of people learn from them. As long as they figure out the loop, why to come back, not like New World. Yeah, well, you think in New World? What did you watch in New World? Like people cutting down trees for 20 hours? I literally did a stream one time while playing New World, and I literally was just cutting down trees for hours, and I was mining ore for hours. That's literally the entire stream. It was probably so boring for people. So boring. A lot of the classic MMO streamers are like classical music DJ energy. I could see that too. I don't do that. Like, I don't want to, and I've talked about that in the past. I don't want to cover up the music and sounds of this game by playing my own music. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe one day we'll put some music on and listen to that, but I doubt it. That's what I choose to do? Yeah, no. It's what I choose to do. That's just like, that's why I would or wouldn't go to certain streams. I'm sure people have their different reasons for going to streams. But I just feel like, if you go to a stream like this one, it's informative, or maybe they're just an absolute crazy person and you're like, what is happening? You're just watching a train wreck happen. Very badly. Wow, this is a really bad lag spike. Wow. Wow. I feel like I'm going to come back dead. Yeah, but this monster could run away any second now and pull a bunch. The music's so good from what I've heard. Yeah, it's really good in this game. New World was decent when it started with the progression. The in-game was bad though. Yeah, in-game was super bad. What the heck's happening? I think the entire zone went down. Yep, there it goes. Just got kicked out. Rip. Yeah, don't go into Fallen Pass. It seems like it just crashed. Like people said it crashed? Yeah, it seems like it. Well then. Hey, it didn't kick us out of our group this time. Weird. Like people in Discord said it crashed? Yeah, they need to have like a they need to have a zone crashed website. Click on your server name and is zone up. Although they restart very quickly. You ready for me to pull? Each zone, its own server blade. Yeah, something like that. So they're trying to fix it. Oh yeah. They've been fixing a lot of those issues. Yeah, Game's back. He's singing. Wait, we're gonna have to reform. Yeah, let's just reform the group. Oh, whoops. All right. Okay. Wah, wah, wah. What's up with your XP bar? Looks like it's on fire. It's because I'm in a hell level, so it's like double XP level. We get XP? I did, yeah. I think it'll blow up. People want a new MMORPG, and people like me who grew up in EQ1 want a game like this. Yeah, I think it's going to be huge. Kicks. I agree. You know, we'll see how long it lasts and all that. How is the in-game economy, trade market plan? So, in-game economy it's relatively healthy. It needs a little bit of work. There is no like auction house. Everything is going to have to be done through players, like people actually actively trading with each other. You're not going to have like you're not going to leave your character logged in, and somebody's going to come up to it and you know, trade items and stuff. You're not going to list them for sale while you're offline or anything like that. Yeah, it's so you're going to be able to like go into Night Harbor, and you might go to like District 4, you know, House 15, and I'm selling whatever over there, whatever, you know, like you're not going to have stuff like that. Or I mean, you are going to have stuff like that where you go into Night Harbor and you have to go to a certain location to buy and sell and trade and all that. What's the point of renting a market stall then? That's what it is. Renting a market stall is going to have other features that are going to be added to it, where you can place like items in your display cases, so people can go up to the display cases and take a look at them. But you're still going to have to talk to another player and make the actual trade happen. You cannot trade while offline. You cannot trade offline. No. That's what they're going to make it. You actually have to be online to do your trades. But you can have like a house or a market stall or something like that where you display your items, and that is where you personally trade. So like your character is set up there, and you have your people come over and buy or sell you items at those locations. So like certain places inside of Night Harbor are going to be really, really sought after places, because people are going to want to know, like, well, hey, why am I coming here? Like, what, you know, you're going to want to have housing around the West Bank, for example. Still dark blue? Well, that's good. Can you link items, then trade them? You can link items, yeah. You can link it in chat. Can't I just do /auction and link items? Yeah, you can absolutely do that. So the idea is that they're going to be adding in features to make it better for people that have these stalls or houses or whatever, to allow players to kind of peruse your items. That's the idea anyway. Kind of like, think about it when you go into a shop, right? Like in real life. You go into a store, you can look through the glass cases, you see the items, but you still have to, you know, say, hey, I want to buy that item. And some clerk has to get it out and then sell it to you and hand it to you. It's kind of, think of it that way. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of reason for the market stall right now, Rogue. They're adding in those features later, right? That's not going to be a big thing in the beginning. Feel like you should be able to sell at them. Yeah. Come to Torch 2. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Is you know, I'm located in the 3rd housing district, you know, house number 5 or whatever. And I have these goods for sale and auction them, and then people can come and meet you there. They want to have as minimal NPC interaction in this game. So outside of like quests or banking, you know, minimal NPC interaction. They're not an auction house because you can negotiate. Yeah, you can negotiate on prices. That's true. Or you could set up a trade. Hey, instead of coin, let's just trade. You know, I'll give you these items for these items. That's why you would still do trades while online. Yeah. We'll just have to see what they do with it. They've said they want to add in like more features. I think the idea is to make it easier to do trades with market stalls or with your own house. Like you don't have to get a market stall specifically. They're just going to be cheaper housing, kind of is what they are. Like, you can actually just buy a house and sell directly out of your house. Or you can just run around and auction stuff. I'm hoping that they add something in, like the whole caravan system, where you get a mount and you get a wagon. And you can, like if I'm sitting at a camp for 20 hours, you know, I fill up my coins. I get so much copper and silver and gold or whatever from killing those mobs. I fill up on trade skill mats or, you know, items that just drop in that area. And they have somebody come up and just kind of walk around from group to group to group with their pack mule. And they're like, hey, I'll exchange your copper at a 2-to-1 ratio. You know, you give me you give me 200 copper, I'll give you 1 silver. And people can make money by exchanging coin that way, kind of like a banker would, but out in the world. And it helps you with your weight, you know, and it increases your wealth and all that. Then you could also say, oh, I'm looking for, I'm trying to buy armor or metal scraps. Do you have any metal scraps that you're picking up off of these NPCs? Most people would love for you to come, take their metal scraps, and give them a little bit of coin for their metal scraps. Then those people take those to town and use them to craft or maybe just sell them to a vendor. So that's what their idea is eventually. Shared banks. There are 2 shared bank slots for your characters, yes. Food and water caravans. Yep, that's another one. It's like, hey, I've got food and water on my donkey. Anybody need food, water, and wood? Like wood for your campfires. You running out of wood in your campfire? I got wood. You know, 5 silver a stack delivered directly to you, kind of thing. That's the idea of what they want to do with commerce and trading. So we'll have to see how it works out, but I think it could work out really well once it's fully implemented. The problem is it's not going to be fully implemented for a while. And I feel like the economy is going to go absolutely bonkers during EA in the beginning. And people on EA are going to be super duper crazy wealthy. And then the economy on 1.0 is going to be very different. Like those 2 servers are going to be very different. Barter items out there and stuff, yeah. I spent 3 days bring right to the edge of being overweight because I didn't notice the coins had weight. Yeah, 100 coins is 1 weight. It adds up very quickly. I've been in camps, in like XP camps, where I had like 6,000 or 7,000 copper. That's 60 or 70 weight. And I ended up just dropping it on the ground. You know, 70,000, or not 70,000, 7,000 copper is only 70 silver. So it's really not that much. It's, you know, 0.7 gold. 0.7 of 1 gold. Really long term, you think the EA server will be a better place to be, or the newly fresh servers with new economy on 1.0 release? You know, I think that the 1.0 servers, when they release, are probably going to end up being the better server to be on for long term. I'm a little afraid of being on an EA server. I mean, it's going to be fun, at least in the beginning. But I'm afraid what's going to end up happening with those EA servers is over time, as they change things in the game, they fix the economy and all that, it's going to be a completely different animal. Like the economy on an EA server is going to get completely messed up. Very messed up.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what happens. Like it's too easy to get money and not enough to spend money on. There's very, very few money sinks in the game. So what they're going to have to do is have a bunch of money sinks to fix the economy. Fixing an economy is very difficult. Very, very difficult. Once it's broken. Why messed up? You just get so much money. Like, I have nothing to spend money on my fighter. Literally nothing to spend money on. Like, every time I kill a mob, I just gain money. You know? Ultimately, I just get richer and richer and richer. The more I play the game, the more I just... Tons and tons and tons of money. The influx of items is too great for the supply is greater than the demand, if you want to put it in economic 101 terms. The supply is way greater than the demand. EA to 1.0, they said like at least a year. They haven't said like, they haven't given us a date. It's going to be at least a year, probably more. Rent will be one. Yeah, owning housing will definitely have, it'll be there for sure. But like I could go buy a house right now. I have 90 gold on me right now. And I could go buy a house. There's no reason to own a house right now, but I could buy one and pay rent on it for months. Like it's just, but there's no use for a house. Like why would I own a house right now? There's literally zero use for it. Now, if this were early access and there's a specific house that I wanted to have, I would probably go buy it. I probably would have already bought it. Because like I may want a house down the road and I don't want somebody else to come in and buy it. But yeah, for beta, there's just no point. Why don't I have a donkey carry all the money? I don't need it. I just don't need it. Like, that's one thing where they had the weight in the game. They had certain things weigh so much in the beginning, but they didn't have the mounts in the game to carry it all for you, so it felt really bad. Now they've adjusted the weight. For example, food. So if we actually go look at our food, these rations are only 0.25 weight. And the water is only 0.25 weight. It used to be 1 each. So if they were 1 each and you had a stack, that's 20 weight for just your food and water. So it would have been worth having a donkey just to carry around food and water for you, or wood, or stacks of wood are, I think they're 0.1 each. Yeah, they're 0.1. They could increase the weight of those. Now with the donkeys, they could definitely increase the weight of those. But I don't know if they would do that because that's going to make people upset. Really going to make people upset. Oh, you increase the weight. Oh. Yeah, you couldn't run back in when you're that low of health. They will always attack you if you're low health. I may have to run this out. I'm not going to kill this in time. There's no way. All right. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, come on, go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I did not know. I had to run, like... If Andy's coming over, we can get IVU, though, from Andy, or Invis and IVU.
Yeah.
Pyramos Village in a minute.
Yeah.
Look out, Andy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm way ahead. Those are the fresh ones from the bridge. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a big train. It's a very big train.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit to clean up. It's going to take some time for it to clean up for sure. So, what we know about this and how this works, if your health gets below a certain point, a certain threshold, mobs will lock onto you. It doesn't matter how much aggro anyone else has. If you're in melee range and your health is below like 10% or 5% or something, some small amount, it will it'll kill you. 30 or 40 minutes. Well, just him, just the one guy. Everything else there is like a 10-minute respawn. Yep. That low health aggro, so punishing? It is. It's very punishing. Yeah. Is a druid and wizard selling teleports, ranger selling Sao, etc.? I mean, anybody, yeah. Well, I mean, people give Sao for free, but they kind of accept, they appreciate tips for Sao. But you can pretty much go to the West Bank almost any time. Somebody will be there casting Sao. Tip them if you can. For teleports, there's not people that are just like, hey, I'm selling teleports and just constantly going back and forth. But if you ask for a teleport and pay somebody, they will absolutely teleport you. Yeah, there's people out there that are doing it. If you keep the tank at 50% or less, will they have more threat? No. Well, no. The short answer to that is no. For a fighter, fighters have this trait up here called Berserker. And if they get low on health, they crit more often. So that, yes, like they would technically get more damage. But it's like 20%. You don't really want a fighter sitting at 20% health. Like, this is kind of a worthless trait. Honestly, it's kind of pointless. I always got Sao when asked. Tips appreciated, not required. Yeah, that's pretty common. Is there any places that are becoming nostalgic yet, like EQ1, like Crushbone or Unrest? Not yet, not really. Not some places just like absolutely devastating. I hope that they increase the difficulty of some of these areas a lot. Make them absolutely just wreck people. But yeah, it's not that way yet. I think it's coming up the ramp now. I say remove Shaman pet and Druid pet, give Ranger a pet. I mean, I'd be okay if I don't want Ranger to have a pet or Shaman and Druid. I don't want any of them having a pet, but I would rather give up 2 to gain 1. It would at least reduce 1 pet from the game. Overall better in my opinion. But yeah, if they gave Ranger a pet, they would have to take away like double attack or something from the Ranger. They can't have it have dual wield and double attack and have a pet. That would just be too much. It would very, very much unbalance the class. You think Ranger should have a pet? I mean, I don't see why. Like, I think that there could be like some sort of companion, maybe. But I don't know. I just don't see the reason. I don't know why all these classes need pets. Like, a Ranger doesn't need to have a pet. Did Aragorn have a pet in Lord of the Rings? I guess that would be what, Gimli maybe was his pet? He had a pet dwarf? I don't know. The most a pet should be his horse. The most a pet should be for a druid or shaman is like utility. Yeah, I think they should be utility. Absolutely. I'm fine with them having utility pets. Like the druid pet could give like short buffs or like a little heal here and there to party members. Shaman pet could kind of be the same thing, you know. But they don't have pets that do that in this game. They're all combat pets. Makes more sense to me lore than druid and shaman. Yeah. Do wizards have familiars? No, but they should. We can invis up. Should be fine. And we could drag it back down when I leave. Like, I just tried to, GTFO before, but if I prepared, I can always drag it back down when I train down later. Well, we need invis for now, Andy. We'll invis past the rats, and then we'll see invis after that. Short duration type scout pet for ranger. Brief. I mean, they could do a couple things, but like when people say pets in a game like this, they mean like combat pets. Usually. Watch out, watch out, watch out. That's rooted.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like that's we'd have to define pet. Like I would be fine with every class being able to have a pet if you define the pet.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by pet? Is it going to be a combat pet, one that actually does damage? Invis fading on me.
Yeah.
I'm appearing again, I think. Maybe not. Is it 3 appears? Or is it 2 and then it's 3, right? Alright, that was the last one then, so I'm good for now. Yeah, definitely does that. It's a good idea. I didn't think about that. I wonder if Felix has new items on him. Maybe. They could have buffed him, though. You never know. Yeah, well, his last stuff was that way, so can't be any worse than what he had. Semi-related, I wrecked a group on accident last night with my pet. That was a fun corpse recovery. Ooh. Rough. You're good. You're good. Stay right here. Stay right here. Stay right here. You're going to aggro if you try to run back down. Just stay right here where I'm at. Yeah, mine just dropped. IVU is good for me, but... Alright. Mine's still up, so I'm good. I'm going to keep running. Is the Glinting Hollow dungeon in Shallow Shoals? No, Glinting Hollow is in Evershade Weld. Evershade. Alright, be right back while you med up and buff and all that kind of stuff. We'll grab a piece of chocolate real quick. Look like an idiot trying to roll around on the floor in a office chair. Chocolate. Oh. Chocolate is so good. How are you doing? You know if Beastmasters have slow? I'm doing well, and yes, I know if they have slow. No, yeah, Beastmasters do have a slow spell. Yum, yum, yum. Tempted to main a goblin with a herd of rats. There you go. Yeah, you can be a rat, then they can be a rat. Like your pet can be a rat, and then you can have summon more rats. You could have like 4 rats. You have your own little party, little rat party. And then get a bard that uses a flute and call him Piper. And you could have the Pied Piper and his rats. You could role play the heck out of that. I'm on that French toast maple syrup. That's delicious. I love some good French toast from like almost stale bread. Like 20-something%. Well, you're living on a prayer. Whoa, halfway there. Hey. I can sing 30 seconds without a copyright infringement, okay? Or 15 seconds, something like that. Yeah, it is true. You can use it's probably like 15 seconds. Yeah, it's a short amount of time. It's some amount of time you can use without it getting a copyright infringement. Now I'm curious. I have to look it up. Oh, actually, okay. So it's a myth, apparently. It says there's no legal minimum amount, 5, 10, 30 seconds you can play without violating copyright. Using any amount of copyright music without permission or license is infringement. Myths about a 30-second rule are false. Even short, recognizable snippets can lead to copyright strikes, content claims, etc. So, yeah. I've always heard that you could use some amount. Uh-oh, I'm going to get in trouble now. Fair use is a defense, not a right. Fair use, blah, 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 blah. 10 seconds of usage for like fair use. But yeah, it's a... Yeah. Fair use is one of those things that people throw out there to try to get around stuff. It doesn't really exist. What is fair use? Yeah, it doesn't really exist. I mean, it does exist, but... It's hard to fight. Fair use is something where like you take a video of something or you hear something and you put it in and then you talk about that. Like if I were to put in a clip of Britney Spears singing a song for 10 seconds or 20 seconds and then being like, look what she's wearing, and the main content is me talking about what Britney Spears is doing, not what Britney Spears is doing. That's where fair use comes in, but it's a very hard thing to do, right? People on Twitch and on YouTube and stuff, they try to use that fair use all the time. What about fair use? What about fair use? It really doesn't exist. People can still sue you very easily. So don't try to use that if you're a Twitch or YouTube content creator. You're probably going to get in trouble if somebody really wants to go after you. But like I said, how you get around it is you have to say, okay, watch this clip, and then let's talk about the clip. The main content of it is the clip, or is the main content of that, whatever it is that you do, is you talking about the clip. That is okay. It's a whole weird thing. Don't take any law advice from me, by the way. Because if you get sued, I don't want you suing me. So, big disclaimer there. Don't take my advice. really about anything. I'm just a dude on the internet speaking his mind. And absolutely nothing I say is super important. Except for spay and neuter your pets. I got through my first hell level on my fighter. I'm liking the class so far. Nice, Justin Beard. Awesome, dude. Congrats. They need tanks out there, man. They need tanks. So get out there and, you know, help out the world. Who all? Let's see. What do we have? 621 players online. Wowzers. Out of the 621 players, we have who all? Fighter, 31. So that's what? 31 would be 5%. Who all? Shadow Knight, 36, so another about 5%. Who all? Inquisitor, Invite Gammy, 10 of those, so very small amount. Who all? Paladin, another 20 of those. So a total of about 15% of the entire player base is playing a tank. Which is about right. If you think about it, that's about right. Because if you have 6 people in a party, 1/6 of a party needs to be a tank. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. So when people are like, there's not enough tanks. Well, there are enough tanks. The problem is there's not enough people grouping. But there are absolutely enough tanks. What are the tank classes? Still new. Shadow Knight, Fighter, Paladin, Inquisitor are your tanks. Don't let others deceive you and try to tell you that monks can tank and rangers can tank and spellblades can tank. They are not tanks. They have taunt, but they are not tanks. I'm ready to tank, waiting for the invite. There you go. There you go. Is it mostly open zones, or do they have zones that you, once you go into, you push through the end because there's no going back once in? You either make it through. There's nothing like that, no. But there are zones that are very, very challenging to kind of navigate. And sometimes it's best to just evac out of those zones rather than fight back out of those zones. I want to get myself a nice little key and get in there. Do it. Copy. Thanks, mister. Yep, no worries. Grouping these kinds of games makes the game a blast. It does, yeah. Now, out of all those tanks, maybe 50% are decent tanks. Well, that's the other problem, Goonie. Yeah. Finding a good tank, that's a whole other problem. Finding tanks, not hard. Finding a good tank, hard. Okay. You charming the pather out here? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we get it in the rotation for clearing stuff. But it's fine if you charm it. I just want to know what's going to be spawning and not spawning. I don't think I can pull these. Oh, here we go. This will work. All right, ink. How do these tank classes compare to tanks in Classic WoW? I am new to the mud scene. This is very different than a mud, but that aside, they're very different than WoW tanks. Like the warrior tank in WoW would be very similar to a fighter tank in this game. I would say that those are pretty close. But the Shadow Knight is going to be very different than a Dark Knight or Death Knight. I think it's a Death Knight in WoW. Very different. Paladin, close-ish, but different. There's going to be nothing like a Druid tank in this game. Like, literally nothing like a Druid tank. And then you have, what was the Demon Hunter? Wasn't that a tank class? Nothing like that. None of them are going to be anything remotely close to that. The only one that would tank anywhere similar would be the warrior in WoW. A prot warrior would be similar-ish to a fighter in this game. But still very different. But that's going to be the closest one. How's leveling 50-60? Very slow. Very, very slow. Gam can't either yet, yeah. Full set of iron chain versus plate AC difference. You know, I don't know what the difference is, but it would be enough. So, yeah, it could be either one. Definitely not 48, so we know that much. Yeah, probably just make it very reliable then, I would imagine. I have a full set of rusted metal plate, which is higher than copper, and I have 150 AC. Which rusted metal, though? Rusted steel? Rusted... Which rusted? Like a ranger geared specifically for tanking, could they do it post 40? No. I would say that a ranger at level 40 would be a terrible, terrible tank. Because, like you're saying, they're going to wear chain armor. Chain armor, generally speaking, is much lower armor class. Well, here, I can show you. Hang on. Well, can I show you? I don't know. Let's see if I have any chain. I don't think I have any chain on me other than my belt. So my belt is chain. It's got 10 AC. I don't know, man. I don't have any other chain on me. This is chain with 9 AC, but it's a face mask. It's supposed to be low AC. Actually, yes. I could check. So, like, these are 39 AC for the legs. I believe Gammy is wearing chain legs that are, like, 29 AC. So, they're a good 25% less. The Quartermaster in the Fighters Guild, most expensive he has. Oh, you're talking about that armor. Okay. Yeah, that's just to get, like... That's to get tanks... kind of into some sort of starter gear. Which is pretty good starter gear. You know, it gets you going. My guy's only 21 and doesn't know doesn't have good stuff yet. Yeah, that's good. Honestly, I would say 100 armor per 10 levels. Like, if you have 100 armor at level 10, 200 armor at level 20, 300 at level 30, and so on, you're way ahead. You're ahead of the game. My level 60 tank on Alpha had about 450 armor, to give you an idea, without a shield. Base armor was around 400 to 450. So, say 400 armor at level 60 and divide that out. That's how much armor you need approximately per level. So about 150 armor is good for up to like a level 30, I would say. Well, like a level 20-ish, yeah. That's about right. 200 armor around level 30. That's what I would try to shoot for if you can. Give or take, right? Like, you're not going to always hit that. I'm actually low right now. I'm at 300 armor, 317 armor at level 51. I should probably be a little bit higher. But it's not bad, right? It's not bad. Fun of the game is getting the good stuff. I agree. I agree. No getting around it. Late game tank is a tank. Ghetto tanking is not a thing, except maybe a charm mob since it's the best DPS and tank. Yeah. But yeah, you can off tank temporarily. Like a monk for 15 seconds is a better tank than any other tank in the game. For 15 seconds. Won't have time to raid, but I can still have good gear with my time to play. Yeah, you can still have very good gear. Very good gear. When I was on the alpha server, the only raid gear that I had for armor was I had a breastplate. I had a ring. I had a helmet. Breastplate, ring, helmet, and weapons. That's it. So out of all the raid drops in the game, and I had basically best in slot everything on my character on Alpha. Those are the only slots that actually had raid gear. Cleric can tank with their ability to be invincible. Well, when they go invincible, they lose aggro. So they can only do that if they're solo. If they if somebody else has any bit of threat, then the mob will go after the other person with threat. Yeah, it works like that for all invincibility or spells or whatever in the game. Invincibility drops your threat temporarily. While they are invincible, while you are invincible, they will not attack you. They will try to attack somebody else. The Cleric's Oath ability isn't so much invulnerability as a threat drop for that reason. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Green, exactly. Yeah, if you're in a group with somebody and you do that oath to them, it's just going to make it attack somebody else in the group. So it's almost like invulnerability isn't really worth it. It's good on a cleric because they can cast invulnerability. If they're soloing, they can cast invulnerability on themselves twice because they have self buff and they have a targeted one. So technically, a cleric tanking soloing could use it on themselves twice. So they get like 30 seconds in a fight of invulnerability. Can't use it back to back though. Like once you use one, you have to wait like 30 seconds before you can use another one or something. I'm seeing and holding so many low-level magic items that don't combine in Disenchanting Cube, but it says it's magic on the. That's a bug. Yeah, just bug report it. Every time I found one, bug report it. I think a lot of items have been added to the game or updated to the game recently, and they were not flagged as disenchantable. I've also flagged several myself, so just bug report it. Maybe somebody will make like a list on Discord or something that says just a list of items on there. Somebody needs to do it though, or somebody needs to go back through all the magic items. Like the magic items in this game right now are very lackluster. Like they just don't. It doesn't feel good. I'd rather see the Oath be 90% damage reduction and slightly less time. The fact it doesn't actually mitigate or prevent any damage makes it feel pretty weak. Yeah, it kind of does. Like in a group situation, it's just you cast it on somebody, like the tank, and it ends up just probably going to the healer or going to the next DPS, you know, the highest DPS. So it just kind of, it makes you have to heal that person. It's almost never worth using. You never want to use it on the tank. You always want to use it on anybody that's not the tank. Like we use it oftentimes with whoever's charming. If there's a charm person in the party, we'll use the invulnerability on that person. I don't think either one are having fun. It's probably good for charming. Yeah, it's really good for charming. You saw this spot is? I hate this XP spot. Absolutely loathe it. The only reason I'm here is because it's just easy for Easter. That's the only reason. We could have been doing anything else and it would have been better than this. I do not like this spot. I think I mean, it's good. It's easy. Yeah, it's easy and it's good XP, but yeah, anywhere else in the game is better. We sat here, Andy. We sat here on the alpha server for like a week and a half or 2 weeks straight, grinding mobs because the XP was so bad with 6 people. It was awful. Like, I think on early access, this place will be camped only if, like, everything else is not camped. Or, sorry, if everything else is camped, people will then come up here and XP. Or necromancers or somebody will come up here and charm kill stuff. They need to add like a random named Drake or something up here. There is a spot around the corner we could go do that's got random named in it, but you would probably have to pull, Andy. It's a lot of mobs on top of each other. Yeah, we could do that too. Any thoughts on classes that people are sleeping on? Yeah, Inquisitor. Inquisitor people are absolutely sleeping on. Like, it's a really good class. And very few people play it. Inquisitor is the best new class they have? It is, yeah. Very good class. I mean, Spellblade is also really good in the late game, but it feels terrible to get it to late game. That's the problem with that class. Like, it just, nobody wants it in the group. In like level 1 to 20. Even higher, like level like 1 to 50, nobody wants a Spellblade. But 50 plus with good gear, absolutely you want a Spellblade. They are insane damage. You having fun at 27 at Spellblade? Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad class. It's just compared to other classes, it's just kind of boring to play. You just buff yourself and turn on auto attack for the most part. Mana nerf hit pretty hard, but it's probably for the better. I don't think somebody else asked about that earlier, talked about that earlier. You don't want to mana burn spellcasters in this game. It's better to let them cast their spell and then interrupt the spell before they actually get it off. Because if they're casting a 4-second spell, they're literally not doing anything for 4 seconds. And then you stun them for another 4 seconds. That's 8 seconds that they do literally nothing. But if you mana burn them, they're just constantly meleeing you the whole time. So you're just taking more damage. It's better to let them cast the spell and then stun them. But spell interrupt isn't totally reliable if you wait until the end of the spell. It's pretty reliable. It's pretty reliable. Because stun, at least my stun, almost never misses. My kick rarely misses anymore. So, I mean, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. For sure. Does Inquisitor get charm? Yes, they do. It's a guaranteed 100% unresistible charm that lasts for 60 seconds on a 20-minute timer. So it's not like regular charm, but they do have it. They have like 3 interrupts, so it's pretty reliable. Yeah, they do have multiple interrupts. They have a silence, they have a kick, they have an AoE stun, they have a single target stun. Then they also have a stun that stuns every 6 seconds, like a dot, for like 30 seconds or something, however long it lasts. They have a lot of ways that they can stun mobs. So I say do that. Like, practice with that, get really good at it. They just destroy. A well-played Inquisitor is insanely strong. I might make an Inquisitor as my second character. As an alt. Like, level up a fighter, and then level up an Inquisitor as a second character. Because they might be like the best main tank for certain fights. You just don't tank? Most people don't. Visibility, like, it's Tanking is an extremely demanding role to play in an MMO. Is there any truth to the theory that the NPC AC changes is causing massive server lag? I mean, sure, it could less play, but I don't see why it would. It seems like a really weird thing to be causing it. But anything could happen, I guess. Do race actually matter in this game? A little bit, yes. They do matter. They don't matter a lot. If you're a min-maxer, yes, they matter. Absolutely, they matter. I've noticed you start with different stats. Does it matter later on? Yeah, it will matter later on. I was an enchanter. I prefer support, if not that damage. Yeah, most people do. It might be a 30-minute cooldown. Gnome, the Inquisitor cooldown for the charm, it might be 30 minutes. I don't remember. It's a long cooldown. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it is. $22. What level range was the poacher camp? Various quest items. That's level 30. Around level 30. If you want to play Cloth Int Caster, Gnome hands down the best. You think so? Like, for the thing is, a race class combo, you can, generally speaking, cap out at the same main stat. So, like, if you want your Int, let's say you're playing an Int Caster, pick any race that you want that can be that class, and then pump all your points into Int until it stops going up. And you're going to have the same Int as anybody else. There are a couple cases where it's kind of weird for some reason. It's like certain races only cap at 27, whereas other races can cap at 29. So they could be up to two different for some odd reason. I don't think that's intended. I think it's a bug, but I don't really know. Yeah, Gnome is a master race. I played a Gnome Enchanter in EverQuest 1999. That was me. There are people out there that do remember my Gnome Enchanter from the Prexis server. So, gnomes are just ankle biters. Int isn't that important, and Gnome's racial is situational, nice, but I prefer more HP on casters, like playing an Ogre Elementalist. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Int is important. Int will be important at in-game, but it's just going to give you how much mana you have, how much mana pool you have, and then it's going to give you how much damage you do. Every 20 int, approximately every 20 int, is going to give you 1% more damage. So at the end of the day, if you have 2 more int than somebody, you're doing 0.1% more damage than them. So you tell me if it's worth it or not. If you're a min-maxer, 0.1% is worth it. If you're not a min-maxer, then it's not worth it. Who was the big dog on that server? Was that Triton? No. I mean, I don't know. Are you talking about tank? Tank-wise? The big guild was Keepers of the Faith on Prexis. Keepers of the Faith and Unity were the 2 big guilds. Back when I played. This is way back, like 1999 to 2003 or so, 2004. I raided with both of them because I was an enchanter. And I think there was only 1 Enchanter in all of Keepers of the Faith, and 1 Enchanter in Unity, and I played more than both of them. So I went on raids with both of the guilds. I kind of double dipped. I hung out with everybody on that server. Gnome Master Race confirmed. Yeah. Looks like Gnome gets max at 29. Other races can do 27. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Goonie. That's what I was talking about. For some weird reason... all right, sounds good. For some weird reason, like, gnomes can get 2 more intelligence. I don't know why. There's a couple other race class combos that do the same thing, but I can't remember what they are. Like, I think that's the only one that's 2 different. Some of the other ones are like 1 different, like 27 to 28 or 28 to 29. 29 is the highest that any stat can be. Like, I don't think any race class combo can get 29 in any stat. Except for that. Like, that might be the only one. Only enchanter in my guild. It actually became a headache. Yeah, it's a huge headache. Huge headache. I was one of probably 10 enchanters on the server to actually hit max level on my entire server. Can an ogre get 29 strength? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure ogre can get 28 strength. Goblin Supreme Race, they green? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You have to check to see if Ogre Fighter can get 29. I'm pretty sure it's 28. That's what I mean. Like, the stats don't really matter that much. Because you're going to be able to max out your main stat. All right, we're taking a short break here. The experience of being the only enchanter makes me not want to be one again. Yeah. Don't have to worry about that. Enchanter is the second most played class right now in this game. It's because of charm, but it's the second most played class. Like, if we, let's see. Who all, there are 664 players. Who all enchanter? 44 enchanters on the server. Who all druid? 73 druids. Don't be a druid. Who all bard? 40. Who all... What's the next after bard? Necromancer is 41. So actually, necromancers are higher than bard right now. Who all... Let's say archer is 20. Who all ranger... 43. So rangers are getting up there now too. Elementalists, they're pretty low. Elementalists, there's 29. If I'm not a druid, how else am I going to be a deep elf necro? Oh, twink your deep elf necro? I don't know. I guess people feel rangers are just better due to utility. Yeah, I mean, well, I think what's going on is with the nerf to charm. I still don't think it's nerfed. But whatever. People are starting to slowly get away from that. Slowly. Elementalists weak? Why so few of them? No, Elementalists they're okay. Elementalists are actually very high DPS right now. Because they get wizard nukes and they have a pet. So they kind of double dip in that realm, I guess. But elementalists need they don't feel good to play. They're kind of like send in pet, cast nuke, cast another nuke, send in pet. Like that's it. They're just kind of bleh. Because Rangers need pets. You nailed it, Goonie. You nailed it, buddy. It's exactly why. No, I don't know. Fighter, target, attack. Yeah, fighter is target and spam your hotkey. That's it. The whole gameplay. Boring. I actually don't really want to play a fighter. To be honest with you. I don't really want to play a fighter. But I will play a fighter because my group needs a tank and my guild will need a main tank. That is why I will play a fighter. That's it. That's the whole reason. I mean, come on. Ranger needs a pet dragon. Oh, jeez. Dude, did you guys remember getting dragons in Ultima Online? Being able to tame a dragon? That was so awesome. Loved it. Charm was interesting in PvP servers because no one ran around with a lot of anything other than resist gear, so Charm wasn't as stable. Yeah. Team player, that's why you play a cleric? Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I play a fighter, right? Is because I'm a team player. I want to be part of a group. I want to be able to main tank for raids, and I want to keep my raids pushing forward. So I'm hoping, you know, that whatever guild we end up in or build or whatever we do with our guild, we just do the in-game content, and I probably will end up tanking for that guild. We'll see. What do you think about Paladin? Paladins are good. They have some great abilities. They have, you know, Lay on Hands. They have their Ancient Guardian, two of the best abilities in the game for healing people. They have defensive cooldowns, physical and magical defensive cooldowns. They're the only tank in the game that has both of those. They have the Mark of the Crusader, which removes damage shields, which is very big at the in-game content for doing certain content. Huge, absolutely massive being able to remove a damage shield. Like, you have no idea how important that is in some 50-plus content. Certain areas in this game, removing a damage shield is huge. Like, people can understate that so much right now. Be like, Mark of Crusader sucks. You keep saying that. And then get around level 50 and go to certain areas in the game, and I promise you're going to be like, I wish we had Mark of Crusader. It's the only class in the game that can do it. So, Paladin's got a lot going for it. People just don't realize it. Can fighters DPS too? Fighters are good DPS for tanks, but they are not a DPS class. No class in this game, every class in this game has a role that it performs, and that's its role. That's what it's expected to do. If you try to flex into another role will do it better. So, like, if you take a fighter, it's a tank. That's what it's made to do, is to tank. It will never be as good of a DPS as a DPS class. So, just know that going in. Dispel won't work. Dispel, there's Purge. Dispel magic removes Dispel magic removes negative buffs from your allies. Purge removes positive buffs from your enemies. But Purge is on a 12-second cooldown, and it only removes one buff at a time. Mark of the Crusader specifically removes damage shield. Specifically. So if you put it on a mob, it's just damage shield gone. You don't have to worry about any of the other buffs. Damage shield is almost always the last buff on a mob. So if you're trying to purge with a 12-second cooldown, you gotta cast it like 4, 5, 6 times before you finally get the damage shield off. That could take literally a full minute to get damage shield removed And in that amount of time, you've already killed the mob. It's already done. So, I promise you guys, Paladin has its place, just like Inquisitor has its place. People just don't realize it yet because they haven't gotten high enough level. Both of those classes are insanely invaluable at level 50 plus. I promise. Like, mark my words. Play that class, get it to level 50 plus, and somebody will want you to be in their class, in their group. I would be one of those classes. If fighters didn't have this defensive stance right here, I would probably play a Paladin or Inquisitor. This is the only, this 5% difference and 5 defense. This is the only reason I would play a fighter. That's it. Well, that and this cooldown right here. The 40% damage reduction for 30 seconds. Those are the only 2 reasons I play a fighter. Is Monk a DPS class? Yes. It is a DPS puller. So it's really good at pulling mediocre DPS, but it needs more DPS. DeBard's keyboard macro, their song weaving, they're not supposed to visibility. Do they? Most likely, yes. I'm pretty sure that like 99.9% of bards are going to macro their weaving. Yes. But they're not supposed to. What's the bard's role in raids? Buffing the party, debuffing the raid boss. They're gonna like sing mana regen song, haste song, secondary haste song. They have a slow song and a secondary slow. So you're gonna put a bard probably in. I would put a bard in every melee group if you can. Like put your melee classes all together and then put a stick of bard in there so they do the most DPS that they can do. I'd rather have a very balanced in-game than a balanced early game and issues with in-game. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. The stun uptime is so insane on Inquisitor, it can probably mitigate more physical damage than a fighter on trash mobs, but struggles against stun immune named. That is a true statement, Mr. Green. That is a true statement, yeah. They can stun lock normal mobs indefinitely. Slow, they can mess. They can mess what? Cleric looks cool. Plate healer. Yeah, Cleric is a plate healer. Best overall healer in the game. So the best at recovering health and preventing damage to your target. That's a Cleric. Mez? Yeah, they can mez. Yeah, bards can mez. But in a raid situation, you're not going to be mezzing a lot in a raid situation. I mean, there might be a few things, but for the most part, raid mobs themselves are going to be immune to mez and stun and root, all of that kind of stuff. An enchanter in a group, or a bard in a group or in a raid situation is going to be buffing the party and debuffing the target. So yeah. I don't know. I'm here though. We can start pulling whenever. Yeah, don't matter to me. Just let me know. Need to balance the economy or rich tanks won't have anything to save for. I agree. I agree. As an enchanter in raid, I just cast haste and clarity. In EverQuest, yeah, that's exactly what you did. In this game, you're going to be doing other things. In this game, you're going to put haste and clarity on the people in the party or in the raid. But you're also going to be putting enchant ally on the main tank. And then you're going to be using the rune shield on cooldown on the main tank. As much as you're just going to spam it. So an enchanter is absolutely... They're going to be in the main tank group. For sure. Is it true Bard can't attack slow Nain because their slow has a snare component they're immune to? That I don't know on Mr. Green. I mean, it's a very valid point. I would imagine it would just be immune to the slow. I don't know if it's immune to, immune to the snare. I don't know if it's immune to the slow. I would actually have to get Sense Magic, have Gammy target a named mob, and test it. But I'm pretty sure they can still slow it. But I don't know. I have not tested that. You should tell that to Atin Hara. She loves getting rooted. Is that a named in this game? Or that sounds like a name from EverQuest. The 40% damage reduction is what makes fighters the main tank in raids? Kind of, Goonie. What makes the fighter the main tank in raids are a couple of things. One, defensive stance. This right here. Right? That's the number one reason. Number two reason is for this 40% damage reduction. Number three reason is because of Unnerving Shout. Although they don't have to be tanking the mob to use this, but Unnerving Shout. So another 5% damage reduction there. Number four reason is Disarm, which they don't have to be main tanking to use this, but it's another 10% damage reduction. So they just have a lot of damage reduction. And then they also have Final Stand for more health. And then they have the other one, which is Battle Cry. Not Battle Cry. What the heck's the name of it? Rallying Shout for another 10% health. So I would take off like several of these abilities. Like I would probably do Rend. If I was tanking, I'd probably do Rend, Frenzy, Taunt. I'd probably take off Kick and Clobber. Armor Break. I'd probably take all of those off and put on like Final Stand, Unnerving Shout, other things, depending on if we had other fighters in the party or not, or in the raid. It's EQ from Vexthal. That sounded familiar. Okay, I was gonna say that sounds very familiar from EQ. Why so many druids at the moment? Is it easy to solo with them? Can they main heal? Yeah. Druids can main heal, they can charm, and they can quad kite solo. They have speed of the wild, they have teleports. They're just a really sought after class. Fighter is as boring in this game as it is in EQ, just a different fashion. Yeah, it is. You ready? I think Andy's here. Oh, did they come by and give us some wood? Yeah. Druids have always been popular class. Some people are just loners. Yeah. I mean, Druid are like your jack of all trades kind of thing, in a sense. They're not really a jack of all trades, but they're extremely versatile. Extremely versatile. What the heck? Yeah, what's going to happen with that? Is it still rooted, or did it break and is standing there? Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it just came right through. Yeah, what most likely, I think we're gonna have Druid in our static group, is what it looks like for our healer. When we actually do our static group in early access. Well, it's looking like that's going to be the case. I would rather have a cleric, to be honest. But a druid is going to be more beneficial to our party. XP bar is on fire because it's a hell level,
Yeah.
which means it's double the XP that is needed to get through the level.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's going to stay like that until I hit level 60, unfortunately. You ready to mez, Andy? Oh, no, we're good. Can anyone say no to Sao and teleports? Yeah, it's hard. Hard. Shaman ability to weaken named and their mana regen from consume plus their buffs are pretty solid, though, especially when focusing on grouping. Yeah, they are. Shaman are very, very, very good. I would say that a Shaman is going to be your best duo, small group, or even a full group tank overall for like XP reasons. But yeah, it's really hard to say no to a druid. So we're gonna do druid first for our whoever heals in our group, I think, for our static group, and then we're probably just gonna power level other characters using the druid. Hopefully, they change the power leveling. I want them to change the power leveling, but if they don't, then we're just gonna abuse it. Hate to say it, but we're gonna abuse it. Once we get a druid to level 60, you can pretty much get any other class to like level 50 in like a week. It's stupidly good. Druid and enchanters, it's dumb. And we're gonna have a druid and enchanter at level 60 with our main group. So I'll just, I'll probably make a second character. Maybe like an Inquisitor. Power level it up. Make a Cleric. Power level it up. We'll see what happens. Do you have to do any damage to get XP credit with a damage shield? I don't know if you have to do damage. But you have to hit the mob, I think. You have to at least tag it. But I don't think you have to specifically do damage. Right? So you could like cast a snare on it or something. You can literally tag. You just have to tag it. You gotta do something to it. I hope enchanters will eventually get a weaker, expensive variant of charm so they can charm above 52. Not sure though. No. Charm is already too broken, man. No more charm, please, dear Lord. Stop with the charm. It's ridiculous. All people want to do is charm. Do you keep all your skills progression when you D-level? No. Like if you have like... Well, yeah, you probably do. You probably do. So like if you had 255 and you D-level and the max you could have at that level is 250, I would say yes. Yeah, you probably do. In EQ did. They're really powerful, low-level charts on PvP towards the end of Elias eras. Oh, yeah? Because you can just, like, de-level them down and just destroy people? Yeah, I don't know. I assume that works the same way in this game. What's the next weapon for you? I saw Cleaver Upper Salmon. Seems nice, but didn't know if they moved or what. The Therm Cleaver is a very good weapon. Yeah, that would probably be... I would love to get that one. It's a super rare drop, though. So I would totally take that. 2 of those, in fact, would actually be really good. But they most likely nerfed that. There's a club too from the tracker name, the Glass Flats, but it seemed rare too. It is. It's very rare. I believe it may have gotten nerfed, but I kind of want to get that club because it's got AC on it. It's one of the few weapons in the game that actually has AC. So, I don't know. I might go after that. We tried to kill that the other day. We could do that now, but we'll see. You said before that magic items are boring, so there's nothing memorable. There's some items that are memorable. Yeah, there's some. But for the most part, magic items are really boring. Like, they're just, you know, like these right here. Like, just, you know, 1 stamina, 4 int, 5 mana. Like, whoopity-doo. You know, just not... They're not like, you know, great. Like, this one's not bad. This one didn't change much from the alpha. That one's less boring, you know. It's got some few extra stats on there. Like, it's good. It's a good item. But then you have something like this. 39 AC, 3 int. Woo. You know, whoopity freaking do. This right here, 40 AC, 4 strength. Yay. They're just boring. You know, they don't need to have, like, crazy stats on them, but give me something. You know, give me something. Did they give us dates on High Elf and Deep Elf? Deep Elf is going to be Module 1. High Elf is going to be probably something like Module 3 or Module 4, so way down the line. No, neither one of those are going to be before early access.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You're just not camping the good ones?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm camping some good stuff. I've camped some good stuff. But, I mean, there are other things out there, yes. Does AC do anything? It reduces... Yes, AC does do something. It reduces the damage you take over a period of time. It doesn't directly reduce the damage you take every hit. A lot of people expect AC to like 100 AC, 10% damage reduction. That's not how it works. The more AC you have, the larger the spread of damage can be. So if a mob hits for 100 damage, if you have a bunch of AC, it can hit for anywhere between 100 damage down to like 50 damage, and anywhere in that range. So it reduces the chance that it will do full damage. Human Inquisitor is really the only choice? You think so? Well, I mean, if you want to play an Inquisitor, it's the only choice. Yeah. Deep Elves do already exist in the 3D, though. Well, yeah, they've made the Deep Elves. You just can't play one yet. Hey, what's going on, Couch Potato? How you doing, bud? Potato. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. How you doing? I'm doing well. Doing well. Hanging in there on life, you know. Seems they would at least put in the High Elf, even if they don't put in Felwith equivalent. There will be High Elves, but we're just not going to see them for a while. We don't know when High Elves will be in the game. They have not given us that information. Kind of frustrating not having all the races. Seems an issue in Pantheon. I mean, yeah, I would agree. It is kind of it is kind of frustrating. I mean, yeah, I would much rather have all the classes than miss some races than have missing classes. Are we still missing, waiting on classes? No. All the classes are announced for the game that we know of. Now, they might add more classes later. Maybe. How's the experience going at 50? I mean, I'm enjoying it. You're talking about the actual experience that we're getting? It's going okay. I mean... I wouldn't say that it's really slowed it down much. I mean, it takes more XP to get to the next level, but you know, it's going at a pretty decent rate. 2. One thing I think is missing from modern MMOs is building factions and learning languages. Will this game have that similar? Definitely to the factions. They do have different languages, and you can learn. Well, you can't learn the different languages now, but they do have different languages you can use. So like I can do Dwarven. So if I take this down here, my dang it, move. If I click on this right here, I go to language, I can go Common Tongue, and I can do Dwarvish. And if I speak in Dwarvish, if you're not a dwarf, it just comes out as gibberish. Seems like everyone is leveling fast. Yeah, it's too fast, I think. I mean, it's been a pretty good test for us. I think they need to increase the XP on 5 and 6 players. Decrease the overall XP. Like, they need to take 10% off the top of the XP. Everything just be 10% slower. TTK needs to go up by about 20%, and then increase 5 and 6 player parties XP. That's what I think they need to do. Now, whether they'll do that or not, who the heck knows? Spitting truth right now? You know? The more you know. G.I. Joe! I remember when EQ first came out, I grinded for like a year every day, all the time. And still only hit like level 55. Yeah. Yep. It took me probably 6 months to a year to get to max level on EverQuest. It took me a long time. And that's probably playing, you know, several hours a day. I mean, I definitely play more games now than I did back then. I played a lot back then, but I play now more. I mean, back then I had school and work and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, I had a lot I had to do. Life was not easy. I mean, not that life is easy now. Definitely not easy now either. Trying to get a group around 30 plus is painful. Yeah. It is painful. I'm lucky I have a static group, so it's not too bad. But that's why I think they need to incentivize. Oh, bummer. That's why they need to incentivize grouping more. It's because it's so hard to get a group right now. I think every time they figured something out. It just hasn't really resolved anything. When dings felt like a good accomplishment? Yeah. Like, I want people, when they hit level 60, I want people to be like, wow, you hit level 60. That's awesome. It should mean something. So does time in daylight go faster? It seems like it's always night. No, it's equal. It's 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night. It's just the game is very dark. It's easy to find groups until the mid-20s, then it slows down a lot. Yeah, I think people are trying different classes. I would agree with that. Yeah, a lot of people are trying different classes and leveling them up to 20 and all that kind of stuff. I think it's happening quite a bit. Introducing more things that's not grinding to slow it down. People who get max fast will grind it out regardless. Well, they will, but I mean, like, I'm just talking about XP on a per hour basis, right? Like, people say, oh, well, you can get max level in 2 weeks. That's because you play 20 hours a day. Okay, well, if it takes me 2 weeks at 20 hours a day, that's 14 days times 20. You know, that's 280 hours, right? So, it takes 280 hours to get to whatever level. Is that too fast or is that too slow? Like, I'm not basing it off of days. I'm basing it off of hours played. And it's too fast. Quick math. Did I do it wrong? I don't know if I did it wrong or not. I just kind of threw it out there. Seemed right? Yeah. It seemed right. Probably means something for the first wave of characters, but the twinking and high level buffs will make getting 60 not seem hard. Yeah, exactly. 60 is not going to be hard to get at all with the twinking and the high level buffs and power leveling and all that. It's not going to be hard at all. Like, not at all. In fact, it's going to be easy. And it's going to trivialize everything. Like the first few people to hit level 60, yeah, sure. Like that's a feat. The ones pushing it in 2 weeks probably only to push to max, while the others that are not unemployed is probably going to take their time and play the game. I mean, yeah, some will. But you got to also think there's going to be those people that are leveling slowly. They just put in less time per day. But they're still exclusively trying to level up in their time. So they're going to still level at the same rate. They're just putting in less time per day. So, like, if I get out of work and I only play for 2 hours a day and it's going to take me 240 hours to get to max level, you know, it's going to take you 120 days to get to max level. But if I can play 20 hours a day, it's only going to take you 14 days to get to max level. Right? So, like, yeah, of course it's going to, you know, depends on how much time you put in per day, but ultimately, it's still XP per hour. So it's just a matter of, like, what they want to do as far as how much XP per hour they want to do. Let's see. The best to have this conversation is to definitely insult people who play the way you don't like. Well, yeah, that's true as well. You know, there's people that just, this is what they do in their free time, you know? Maybe they work for 8 hours, then they go home, and then they play for 8 hours a day. And then they go to sleep for 8 hours, and they get up and rinse and repeat. Maybe that's just their life. Maybe that's what they enjoy. Doesn't mean they're unemployed. Just means that that's what they enjoy to do. You know. I can't tell you what people's lives are. I don't know. Anyway, I'm a fan of AA, but forcing people to put at least part of their XP into it reduces the leveling rate, but keeping that sense. Well, yeah, but if you put AA into the game, then it becomes part of the leveling process. Gonna pull another one, or just stop here for right now? Okay. But yeah, like if you put AA into the game, it just basically makes it to where that's just part of the leveling process. Right? Oh, you're level 60, but do you have these AA? Because you need to have these. So, whatever, you know. I'm down for whatever. Usually not live this late in the day. Lately I've been streaming till about this time, yeah. Yesterday I streamed until about 6 o'clock. Yeah, like 9 a.m. Hey, man, like, I'm working from 9 to 5 here. Right? That's my 8-hour day. Working from 9 to 5 by streaming and talking. And then on top of that, I try to make YouTube content. And other things. I work from home. My job is lax, so I can play all day long. Just lucky that way, I guess. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be lucky. There's the amount of people that work from home and are going to be playing this game so much. It's going to be nuts, man. People are going to be leveling up so quickly because they're able to work from home. That, I think, is why so many people want to be solo classes. Is because they work from home and they're going to be able to like, oh, I'm going to do this for a little bit. Oh, I'm going to AFK for a minute. Oh, I'm going to go back and do this for a minute. And they're going to go back and forth. You know, very, very good for those people. Very, very good for those people. All right, water time. What are you doing? Ah, that was good water. Water, 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 water. With solo buffs, work from home, yeah. I imagine a ton of people will be taking time off the first couple of weeks too. Oh, for sure. I expect the servers to be absolutely packed the first week of June, and people are just taking time off work. you won't really know like who the top players and the top guilds and things like that are going to be until early July. Like, there's going to be people that take off a week or 2 weeks in the beginning, and they might level really fast. And then work and life are going to catch up to them, and they're going to have to stop playing the game a bunch. Or they're going to burn themselves out. I see that happening a lot. Like, it's definitely going to happen. So, yeah, we'll see. But I think by, like, late June, early July, you'll know where the best. Oh my gosh, this jumped up to almost 3,000. Esar, look what he's doing. You see what he's doing here, guys? He's starting something. Well, he started something. This is like the most debated topic, I think, on this entire forum. I don't think I've seen any other topic outside of Charm debated this much. It's clearly a very divisive topic. Anyway, I could choose a rogue for that reason, good DPS and invis when I need to. You can, yeah. You just don't want to be in a group and be like, AFK, gone for, hours. Although my friends do it all the time. My static group is like, okay, I'm playing. Oh, AFK, and then they'll disappear for like 2 hours. We're like, dude, what are you doing? I've been casting spells. You cast one spell like every 20 minutes, maybe. But that's fine. What if you made Charm semi-permanent but balanced? That'd be fine. Basically a pet class. I'd be okay. I talked about that. Have a class that's like a charmer. And that's literally the entire class is revolved around charming mobs and manipulating what that mob could do. Make that a class. I'd be okay with it. Absolutely. But that's literally all it does is just charm. That'd be fine. Kind of sucks when summer starts. I wish there was. Yeah, my friend Gam, actually, the guy that plays Gammy, the bard in our group, says that he's like, man, it's right at the start of summer. That's the worst time of year for me because his kids got like soccer and he's just got like his family wants to do stuff and all that. I said the same thing to my girlfriend. I'm like, I'm just going to be not available for the first 2 weeks of June. She said, as long as I'm available for her birthday. So I've got 3 weeks to get ahead in the game. But we'll see what happens. Because her birthday's in June. The single biggest mistake Eminem is keeping Charm, to be honest. Cut it out completely, fully rework it, scale option. Yeah, I agree, but I'm tired of debating with people on it. Patch required. I just clicked the thing. What? It says patch required, but I don't have a patch. What the heck? There it goes. Now I got a patch. Oh, yeah. Charm has definitely cost them a lot of development and testing time. Absolutely. Charm in my opinion, Charm completely ruined the entire process of beta of trying to figure out like the XP curves and the difficulty curves and all of that. Charm absolutely ruined it. And now they're going to have to like do probably another beta and test that out. Like they're going to have to do something. I'm not going to speculate on that, Stearns. I'm not speculating on that. That's what Pantheon seems to be doing. The Enchanter DPS tree will be about Charm. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with Pantheon. I don't know. It's kind of... The problem is some enchanter players are obsessed with charm. I'm not one because I'm from the PvP server and charm isn't used much. Yeah, like I don't know. I think there's so much more you can do with the enchanter than charm, and people are just not doing it. Like, they're just not doing it. Like, it's... Why? Why are you not using charm? It's 100% joking. Yeah, you guys can joke all you want. I'm just staying away from all that stuff. Pantheon is kind of dead without Brad? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Coming back from this morning, just curious. Looks as though someone had an accident. Can you share what happened to create the corpse there? Yeah, so basically the short version of it is Gith was cannibalizing. He cannibalized to like 10% health. And I was fighting a mob right here. And he was standing over here with like 10% health. And then walked over here to sit back down. And because he was at really low health, the mob attacked him. So if you have like 5 to 10% health and you go near a mob, it's going to see you as an easy target and it's going to target you and kill you. You do not want to be near a mob when you have low health. How's he a skeleton? Oh, Andy, he's using a, or Stein, he is using a Lich spell. I don't know if it's back. Is it back up? Is everything working? I have no idea. It looks like it might be working again. We'll see how it plays out, but yeah, my internet just kind of went down. It's back. Anyway, yeah, it took a big old doo-doo. Yeah, my internet just crashed out. You have to update it or just refresh. It'll probably come back up. You said sign plate OGEQ Necro. How's the higher level Eminem feel compared to that? He thinks the Necro in EverQuest was stronger overall. The Necro in this game is very similar to EverQuest, but overall he thinks it's stronger in EverQuest. I mean, it's still good. It's still good in this game. It's very, very strong. Very good solo capabilities. It's got Feign Death. It's basically the exact same class, but just a little bit better. Yeah, Stein is one of those players that he levels, or he played all those games and is like the first to do everything. Drops what? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's crazy. That's rotting? That's nuts if that's rotting. Oh. That's either the rat or... Yeah, it's either the rat or the, the name that's part of the Undead Parade. What class is the Lich class? Necromancer? Yeah, Necromancer. Crazy classes on this belt? Yeah, that's nuts. That's weird. I don't know why Shaman is even on that belt. That doesn't make any sense. They should take Shaman off that and put Monk on it. And then it would make more sense. And why not Paladin if Shadow Knight and Inquisitor can get it, right? Like, it just... I don't know, that's just weird. Very weird. Anyway. Is chainmail? Well, then why can a rogue use it? Rogues use leather. So, monk can use it too, I would say. Anyway, because I'm having some internet issues and it's just kind of up and down, I'm just going to go ahead and call it today. I mean, I've been streaming for 8 hours anyway. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. or so, maybe earlier. I don't know. We'll see what time I get on tomorrow morning. But we'll be playing some more Monsters Memories, chatting, all that kind of fun stuff. And yeah, hopefully I see you all then. So take care. Have a good one. See you next time. Bye.